try our 2 eggnogs now that it's been a little over a couple of weeks since we made them and see if we like them better now or if we still can't tell the difference between them. Hello, Juan. It is good to see your face. Hello, hello, hello. Let's give a shout out to Dream It Collectibles, who is one of our favorite streamers here on Twitch and just a lovely human being. And if you like collectibles and all that good stuff, that's a good one to watch for you. All right, tacos. You're having tacos? We're not doing tacos. As a matter of fact, I haven't had dinner. Did you have dinner? Oh, you haven't had dinner either. So we may need to order. We may need to order dinner because I'm not making anything for dinner tonight. We're just gonna bake cookies because my goal is to be done with all of my cookies. Oh, I don't have a. Could you guys even hear me? Could they hear me?
Maybe.
Could you guys hear me? I didn't even have a microphone on. Hello.
You're that 1%, Dana.
Woohoo! Hi. Shall I start over? Hello, 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 Elser. That was so funny that I didn't have my microphone on. We're so, you heard muffling. Okay, well, let me start over then. Hello, Andy, how are you? The cocktails that we're making tonight is we're gonna try our aged eggnog and see if it tastes different than when we made it. You thought your TV was broken. You gotta say something because clearly it was operator error over here. We missed something on the checklist as we got ready today. You thought it was Robbie pulling a prank on you guys? Would you do that? Would you do that to Chad, is pull a prank? Yeah! You just got here. Okay, well, we'll start that over. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How are you doing? We are doing cookies tonight. I'm going to have Robbie order us some food at some point because I'm not making any dinner, and he didn't bring any.
I was excited because I thought we were having cookies for dinner.
You could have cookies for dinner. I cannot have cookies for dinner. We're going to be doing 4 different cookies tonight. That's what we're doing, and my hope is to have all of my cookies done by tomorrow. So I've got 6 cookies left. You have a very important announcement to make, Andy. What is your very important announcement? I got 6 cookies to make. We're hoping to make 4 of them tonight. So you've been on here 8 months, and you'd like to thank us for being amazing people, introducing you to wonderful streamers. Oh, thank you, Andy, and Merry Christmas to you too. And Merry Christmas to everybody else. I hope you're having a good holiday season, regardless of what you are celebrating. DJ, my day's been pretty good, productive. I got a lot done. Got a lot done. DJ is another one of our.
Meal redemption for Andy.
Meal redemption. What do you want me to make, Andy? Yeah, we could give a shout out to DJ. If you're not following DJ, give DJ a call. Does some cooking, does some drum playing, some music. Do you do some games too, DJ? I can't remember if you do games too. Andy is kicking butt today. That's true. Yes, cookie hype, cookie hype. You can think and message me later 100%. 100% you can do that. But I'm going to write it down so I remember because I almost forgot Darce. But we did end up doing it. So thank you for being such a wonderful supporter here on the thing. DJing, drumming, cooking, and IRL, bass fishing, plus miscellaneous podcast stuff. So we get all of the things with you, DJ. I've seen the cooking, and I've seen the drum playing. I don't think I've seen the bass fishing. So I'll have to check that out. Miss Sarah Lynn, she wants some cookies. Cookies. Yes, hello, Miss Sarah Lynn. How are you doing? I hear that your hubby had to work late. I missed him today. So you saved up all your points for that. Well, I appreciate that. She is the Cookie Monster. So Miss Sarah Lynn, if you guys don't know, her husband is Darth Verbaka, who is a great streamer. Totus! You need some gear for broadcasting to properly do the IRL stuff. Us too, but I think we're gonna dive into that in January and do some stuff. So watch out for that. So we'll give a shout out to Darth, because Miss Sarah Lynn's here and she participates in Darth's things sometimes, and he does a lot of cooking. Some good cooking. So, all right, we got 4 cookies to make. So we got to get going with that. But before we do that, if you are in the Discord, go check out the list that Robbie made of names he is willing to change his name to. And tonight what we're going to do is do a couple of different polls in a little while to get it narrowed down to a final 4 names. And final 4 names, or 3 or 4 names, so that we can do a final one of, are we changing his name or are we keeping it the same? So we've got that. Is Robbie, he'll probably come over here and help me with some cookies. We haven't decided that yet. Go look in the Discord, Miss Sarah Lynn.
Sarah, surprisingly, some of the suggestions are already taken on Twitch. It was kind of scary.
Yeah, so Robbie actually did research for you guys. He took your names and he went and checked to see if they were actually already on Twitch. Is Robbie going to be in an elf soon? Did you miss him in the Bucky outfit, the Bucky Santa outfit? Because he was in the Bucky Santa outfit on Sunday. I was in the elf outfit.
Welcome to Bucky's.
No more, can't add more names. The time to add names is done. You got to go look at the list and see what's in there.
Oh, that mustard soda was nasty.
Oh, that was not good. But worse was the ranch soda. The ranch soda was worse. Okay, and I have a question for you guys. One of the things I'm going to be doing in January is something with comfort food. I want to know what some of your favorite comfort foods are, while I get some stuff out to start the first cookie, which is going to be a chocolate peppermint crunch cookie. So if this looks good to you, if it's ready to be baked tonight, because it's got to go in the refrigerator until it gets to a certain consistency, and they say that could take 3 hours. So we'll see if we get to that 3 or 4 hours. If it takes 2.5 hours, we can probably get it done. If it takes much longer than that, they'll probably be made later. Velveeta mac and cheese, lamb hot pot. You demand names. Santa, I know him. See, Robbie would do a really good elf. If we can get him out of his shell, it would be great. Oh, he's getting them for you guys. He's getting you the names. All right, mac and cheese, lamb pot, okay. Robbie definitely wants lasagna to be one of those, and since I have to feed him and it's his actual cheat day, we're gonna do lasagna. Okay, so the first one we're gonna do is chocolate peppermint crunch cookies, and we have to melt some chocolate first. So, and I need my my measuring thing. That is the actual name is the measuring thing, Robbie. Oops, I'm gonna trip. So, a pie of some kind. We could do pie. That could be a dessert cheat. We love pie here. I need 2 ounces of unsweet chocolate. Unsweet chocolate. Sweet potato pie. I don't think I'm gonna get Robbie to eat sweet potato pie. Get him to do. See, they like to mess with you. Have you noticed that?
I have picked up on that. See, you put on a beaver suit.
And then everybody thinks.
And it's just fair game.
Apparently. All right, we're gonna get 55 grams of this chocolate here.
Doing good, Andy. How are you?
And I've got these bars of chocolate, so this is gonna be interesting to try and do the measuring. You're drooling now. It's actually pretty close to what I need. Yeah, that's actually good right there. Except I'm going to chop it up a little, otherwise it's going to take forever to melt Robbie. We're not melting Robbie. That's not what I meant. So, do you guys like peppermint and chocolate? I was talking to my trainer today, and he was like, all of those cookies you're making sound great, except for that peppermint chocolate one.
Oh, Miss Nikki, hello.
Nikki, hello, lovely lady. Nikki, another one of our lovely food and drink streamers who has been so busy this season. She has not been able to stream very much, but she did stream today. She got a stream in today. We're still working on it. In a minute, Robbie will probably put the names back up there so that you can see them. Okay, what did I do with my, there it is, right in front of me. So mint and chocolate are magical. I love mint and chocolate. He was just like, I can't get in. He's like, do you like those like mint chocolate cookies from the Girl Scouts? And I was like, oh my gosh, those are my favorite. And he was like, ugh. And then I said, you can't be my trainer anymore. There's something wrong with you. So that is, chocolate is not supposed to also taste like toothpaste. Oh, so you're on my trainer's side. I see how this is, Totus. I see how this is. These are going to be good because it's peppermint. And actually, I don't have peppermint extract. So all of these recipes, by the way, are in the cook-along section on Discord. Nobody told me they wanted to cook along with me, but if you want to cook them later, you can. It's a busy time of season to be cooking along. I get it. Okay, this is the fun part where we get to melt this in the microwave. And it says in 15-second increments, but I usually do it in 20. So here we go. And get a spoon so we can stir it. And that, the chat is a bully to me. Well, are you saying, wait, you're up here. Are you saying you don't deserve it? Is that what you're saying? Do I need to chastise chat for that? You know, we only tease the people we care about, right?
That's what all the bullies say, Dana.
There's a difference between bullying and teasing.
Yes, Totus is a perfect angel.
If I asked Chef Nagin that, would she answer that with a absolutely or an absolutely not? Or a liar? So, Nagin's a compulsive liar, ha. Everyone loves Andy's mints. That's not true, Miss Sarah Lynn. I like them. Do you like those, Robbie? I can't remember. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I do.
It has chocolate, so you probably like it. Although you didn't like the bacon chocolate soda, so I'm not really sure. If you were here on Friday, first of all, you guys are amazing because we raised...
Friday or Sunday?
Sunday. You know, whatever day it was. You know what? Never pay attention to what actual day I say. Just pay attention to what day I mean. So on Sunday, we raised $600 for No Kid Hungry, which was awesome. And we did it with a Buc-ee's Santa outfit that we happened to get while all the streamers were here in town. And an elf outfit. Not the elf, by the way, just an elf. So I think bacon and chocolate together is good, Nikki. Bacon and chocolate soda together, not so much. Well, hello and happy birthday, Brutal Ruler. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you.
We have all belated birthday, Andy, and happy early birthday, Juan.
Oh, okay, there we go. Did we get all our birthday shout outs done there? Brutal Ruler is my brother, and we talked earlier today, so. But here he is while I'm making cookies. We're making one, so David, in case you're wondering, I'm making, the only one I'm making that you might remember is a Victorian lace cookie that's got the chocolate, the crunchy with the chocolate. But tonight we're doing chocolate peppermint crunch cookies, which I've never made before. So I think they're gonna be kind of brownie-like. And I'm doing those instead of the chocolate caramel ones. And then almond crescents, which Mima used to make. And then the pumpkin drop, which Mima also used to make. But I've also made, if you make it up here before Christmas, I've already done cinnamon thumbs. I have done, what else? I've done the sparklers, the holiday sparklers, which I know are your favorite. I've done the Nighty Nights. I did a new cookie called a panettone cookie. What else? I did something else. Because I've done 5. I'll have to go look, because now I can't remember what the 5th one is. And I've still got Sweethearts and the Spritz cookies to make. So there we go. Fajita Phantom's gonna go lurk. Thick maple smoked bacon dipped in dark chocolate before. Ooh, that sounds good. Oh, the baking soda for cherry. You understand, it's not so good. I thought it was actually okay. Robbie hated it. He thought it was one of the worst. But
yeah, I thought chocolate wine was bad, and I think that chocolate baking soda was even worse than chocolate wine.
Chocolate wine is nasty stuff, and I love chocolate, so.
And you love wine.
You're gonna clean me out of cookies. Okay, I'll hide some. I'll make sure I hide some. So the panettone cookie, I'll show you real quick, because this chocolate's gotta cool down. So they're not dry because it's like a panettone inspired cookie. So there we go, and you can see pictures. I can't remember if I think I put these in Discord, but they're also on the social medias. So basically, it's almost like a shortbread cookie, but it's got almonds and currants and apricots in it, and then you dip it in white chocolate, and then you sprinkle the top with apricots and almonds. So they kind of look like panettone. They are inspired flavors, panettone inspired flavors. Maybe I should send you each a dozen of each kind. Wouldn't that be nice? You know what? If I didn't have to work for a living, Sarah, I could stand in the kitchen and do these all day. But that is not the case. You've had a good chocolate wine and an awful one. Hello, Texas Cryptid. Well, then if you ever have a good one again, make sure you let me know. And Bravewood Beanery, hello. And Darth, hello, hello. They look burnt. That looks burnt? That's not burnt. What kind of shenanigans is Miss Sarah Lynn teaching you? That's it. I'm not sending you cookies. You can blame Darth, Sarah. Hello, Murder Mod. What a name for you. Hello and welcome in. Darth is here. You'll handle my clients? Okay. All right, you can do that. You know, we had some craziness around here earlier this week. We had a tornado go by, not too far. That was fun. Not. We're all okay. Robbie wasn't near. Robbie was gone. It was fun for me.
Yeah, I only get hail at my place.
All right, we got to do 2 things here. Let's see. The first thing we need to do is we need to get a cup of flour. So even though I'm gluten-free, because somebody was asking me about that earlier today, I'm not like 100% gluten-free. She'll help my clients and have you have them recover. It's probably true. That's probably true, Andy. Choco Vine was bad, but the wine from the chocolate shop you enjoyed. Okay, we'll have to try that. That's funny. Dar staggered in. And Creme Delicious here. Awesome. How is everything going with the van, Mr. Get Creme Delish? Is it all going good? Oh, I need baking powder too. You know, Christmas cookies would be an awesome time to use Get Creme Delish. Maybe I'll need to do that with half of my Spritz cookies, is do that. Your mother used to flip a couch over and slide into the hallway, tell us to climb under it, and then threw snacks in with us. But was there really a tornado, or was she just trying to get rid of you? That's what I'm wondering. It's going well. It's taking long. Yeah. Doesn't everything always take a little bit longer than you think it's going to? Black garlic beer? That's interesting. Miss Sarah Lynn, I'm going to hazard a guess and say your mom just wanted you guys to be quiet. Okay, so we need a cup of flour. We're going to do our wet and our dry ingredients separately here, I believe. Yes. And then we need some baking powder, a teaspoon of that. So, Miss Sarah Lynn, I work with a lot of families and couples. So, it's not just, it's more relationship oriented for the most part, is what I do. That's why I have to tell you guys in here sometimes to behave. All right, here we go. And then, is there sugar? There's got to be sugar, right? Yes. Kosher salt and a cup of sugar. Luckily, I have all my ingredients right back here. So how's it going, Creme Delish? You're going to see me, at some points I'm going to have to like stop talking for a moment to concentrate, or we're going to end up with cookies that don't work. Beaked Healer, hello, how are you? It's been a while. It's good to see you. 22 years, you can handle the relationships.
Believe it or not.
I guess I'm going to have to see that. Okay. Put that back on. So you know what happened today? I was getting ingredients out of the pantry, and the potato starch bag opened up, and there was potato starch everywhere. It took me like 30 minutes to clean all of that up. It was terrible. Don't spill potato starch. All right, we need a quarter spoon here. Not a quarter spoon, quarter teaspoon.
Dana, you never get measurements wrong on this show. It's fine.
No, I reserve that for when you're making pasta.
Or when you're making eggnog.
Or eggnog. That was a happy mistake. I mean, who doesn't want more whiskey and brandy in their eggnog? Who doesn't want twice as much alcohol in their eggnog? You know? Okay, now, dry ingredients. Now I need to do wet ingredients. And I'm wondering, let me see here. In a large bowl, whisk, oh, the sugar was supposed to go with the oil and the eggs. Whoops. Okay. I think we'll survive here. I need my whisk. You need a couple of eggs. I didn't pick up eggs. I hope I have enough for all the cookies. I think I do. Not all the recipes have eggs in them. Rocky, did you see Rocky? We sent him to camp today. Wears him out. You want me to close that? Is that bothering you? And vegetable oil. We'll let those sit for a second. This is all going to go in the refrigerator for a little while.
It's going to go chill.
It is going to go chill. And then we need how much? How much vegetable oil? A 1/4 cup. Avocado's a vegetable. Actually, it's a fruit. But we're going to use it anyway. We're going to see how this comes out. Two eggs. Remember on Sunday when I had to crack a whole bunch of eggs, but with one hand? Because we were making breakfast foods. You didn't have to do that. You got to use both hands. Oops, and I still got a bit in there. So what else needs to go in here? This is it for now. Let's do this.
You know, I read that recipe for the eggnog, Dana, and that sounds really healthy.
The eggnog?
Yeah.
The eggnog is super healthy. It's got your calcium. It's got your fat. It's got your sugar. Mine has less sugar than Alton Brown's. All right, so you're gonna put peppermint extract in this. I didn't realize until about 5 minutes before air I didn't have any more left. I do have chocolate mint, so I think that'll work, right? It's gonna taste a little bit different for sure, but not terrible. I think it'll still taste good because it's chocolate and it's made. It's too yummy. That sounds yummy to drink. It is so yummy. What am I doing? What's going on? Is my tank top? Is that bothering you that my tank top is showing? That's why there's a tank top underneath this. Because this shirt likes to do its own thing.
How's it going, Pops?
Pops, hello. Hello. I'm supposed to say lipids instead of fat. Say lipids. Then it makes it sound like, oh, that's supposed to be good for you. And now we're going to put this chocolate in there, but let me get a thingamabobber. Do you like my technical terms, Robbie? And you want to make sure that your chocolate is cool because we don't want to cook the eggs. Who wants scrambled eggs in their cookies? Not me. Not me. All right, now that we got some new people in here, what are some of your favorite comfort foods? I need to know for January. And then the other question I have you is, if you make cookies for the holidays, how many different kinds of cookies do you make? What's your favorite? See, I try to narrow mine down, except I'm making 11. Because my daughter, my sons, my brothers, Robbie's, everybody has a different one that's their favorite. And I can't show favoritism unless I get really mad at one of them. And then I'll go, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't make your cookie this year. Oops. Okay, this is unsweetened dark chocolate that we're putting in this mixture here. Because we've got sugar in here. The sugar was supposed to go in here. Oops. I think it's going to be okay, Robbie. I really think everything is going to turn out okay. Hello, Royce's World is in here. Hello. I didn't miss you. I missed you. Oh, there you are. Hello. All right, now we're going to pour that into here.
Did you ever look at the puppy chow recipe?
The puppy chow recipe. I saw it. I have not looked at it. I need to take a look at that. Especially since you put that in there for me. It's been crazy. It's been hard to find time to get everything done. I'm at that point right now where I'm not underwater. I feel a little behind, but in reality I'm not. But I feel that way. I'm really treading water with my head above the water. Just tired, I think. I can see why they wanted the sugar in the other thing. This is a little harder to mix this way. Today was chocolate chip, peanut butter, plain blossoms in cups, ooh, coconut macaroons, and chocolate crinkle cookies. So what are chocolate crinkle cookies? Yes, Miss Sarah Lynn, I'm pretty sure she needs a taste tester. You should probably head on over. I'm going to use...
That's definitely one of my jobs tonight.
Is it? Taste testing?
Dart says, I like cookies.
I mean, if anybody's, around, come taste test these. I've got 11 kinds. 11 kinds. Hey, you have to say the best comfort food is beef bourguignon and cookies. Wifey does them all. She down to 15 or 16 kinds of cookies. I think the most I've done, that's a lot of cookies, different kinds. The most I've done, I think, is 13. And generally speaking, now that I don't have kids in the house, I usually make about 8 or 9, but this year 11.
Get creme delicious on the way.
Chocolate fudge cookie rolled and baked in powdered sugar. Ooh, that sounds delicious. Does a layover counts? I can bring them to the airport.
Totally meet you for that. You'd have to come out of security and go back in, but other than that, it totally works.
All right, I'm trying to I think this is going to be kind of like a fudgy brownie type cookie based on the ingredients that are in these cookies. Grammar, Dana. Grammar. Ooh, spritz cookies. Yes. Haystacks I've never made before, but I see I have a recipe for it. Peanut butter kisses. I always love those peanut butter cookies. Cherry bars. Date oatmeal cookies. Good ones. I got to do the spritz ones. Anybody who does spritz cookies out there, I fight with them. I'm not doing them on the air because I cuss. I think we did them last year on the air. What hints do you have to get the dang cookies to stick to the tray and look nice? Hippie gave me a hint that I'm going to try, which is having a cold cookie sheet. English is hard. It is. Do haystacks have coconut? Let's see here. I can look up that recipe really quick because I think it's in this book that I've got. If not, oh no, those aren't called haystacks. Those are called latke cookies. But they look like the haystack cookies. So I don't know if they're the same thing or not. This one is like a apple caramel flavored one. Chow mein noodles, peanuts, and chocolate are, ooh, yummy. This one uses, the latke ones use potato sticks rather than the chow mein noodles. Yeah, they look like little latke, they look like little latkes, except they're cookies. Okay. I think that's done. I'm going to put that in a smaller bowl to put in the refrigerator because I'm probably going to have Robbie wash some bowls here. You guys know Robbie, right? Dishwasher, tech guy, logistical elevation technician, dog wrangler, Sherpa sous chef, pasta master, pasta maker.
Otherwise known as the guy that's probably going to have a new name soon.
Yes. So drink more arsenic in the chat. Should you do a poll? Why don't you put a poll up of 5 of those names? You guys ready for the first poll of names to pick out? I think what we decided is the top 3 will move on and the top 2 will drop off. Helps to turn that off. There's my plastic. It's says that you have to wait till that's scoopable. It almost feels scoopable to me. I'm going to double check, make sure I didn't forget anything. We got the chocolate. We got the flour, baking powder, salt, sugar, oil, eggs, extract. Okay. It's all in there. Robbie's creating a new poll with some of the names. When that comes up, we'll give you a few minutes. Vote for your favorite. The 2 at the bottom, or anything without anything on it, is anything without anything on it. Anything that doesn't get a vote will get pulled off. And here's the thing. If you like the name Drink More Arsenic, first of all, there's going to be an option on there. It's just going to be spelled differently. But second of all, you can also just vote for him not to change his name. So still vote for these, and you'll get an opportunity to vote for a no name change. Robbie may be rooting for that one. I don't know. What is he on the stream? Well, I just listed all the stuff, Miss Sarah Lynn. He does all the things. It can do it spelled correctly, right? We can do Drink More Arsenic spelled correctly, because I spell it wrong all the time. You have a few minutes before you have to go in. I'm so glad. How are you doing, Miss Bravo Beanery? By the way, not only is Bravo Beanery a streamer here on Twitch, but she also makes and roasts she doesn't make the coffee, but she roasts and grinds the most amazing coffee. I've been drinking her Christmas morning blend for the last week and a half, and it is delicious. Like, I am a cream and a little bit of sugar person, and I have needed less cream, less sugar, because the coffee tastes so good. So smooth. I know. I see you. That's it. Hi. That's Rocky, if you don't know. Okay, first dough down. No. Nope. All right, the next dough we're gonna make, and this one's also going to go into the refrigerator, is our almond crescent one. I know some people were talking about this last year. I didn't make these last year. My mom made these occasionally. My grandmother used to make these every single year. So we at least got them at her house if we didn't get them at my house growing up. So that's, so you roasted up some more, mix more arsenic. All the things, Rob. You're making gingerbread men, shortbread biscotti, monster cookies, and some molded chocolates. What are monster cookies? Dana's Potion Master, that's a good one. I like it. Okay, I need for this a cup. I substitute, in all of my mom's recipes have margarine. I substitute butter in mine and not margarine. I did not pull these out earlier, so they're not quite as soft as I would like, so I'm gonna soften them in the microwave. Soften this in the microwave for a second. The dogs are getting treats because they're misbehaving. This is a really good precedent to set here. I'm not, and by the way, that's not being critical. I do it too. I want to make sure Robbie knows he's doing a good job. Good boy. The poll is up there? Do I get to vote? Thank you, Supernatural Rider. Another streamer. We have some fabulous streamers in here today. You're getting some ideas? I know Robbie is always doing a good job, isn't he? Do you know I could not, if you had just me trying to do this stream, this would definitely have to be renamed Chaos in the Kitchen. Because Robbie doing this allows me to think about cooking and chat with you guys and be creative. Make sure you vote. Make sure you vote for the name. What's your favorite name out of that group of names? Let's see here. Let's do that. And hopefully I don't melt it, because we don't want melted butter. Head Potioneer. head potioneer. Yes, he is. Time to get to class. Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad you stopped by. Always good. I love it when people are like, you don't have time to stay in here, but you even just stop by, right? I think that's awesome. Okay, here we go. It's nice and melted. Not melted, it's nice and soft now. All right, we need to do 1/3 cup of sugar. Well, I like how this says the first, my mom's recipes. The first direction is chill the dough. Well, no, I can't chill the dough, I have to make it first. So, let's see here. Compared to sugar, blah, 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 blah.
We have an early leader in the clubhouse, Dana.
We do. Mr. Dana's Kitchen. Woohoo! Did you vote? Robbie?
There's the full results for you.
Let's see here. Schraubby, Darth Schraubby. Dana's bartender got a vote. Dana chose his name, got a vote. Nice. So the poll is ended. So it looks like Mr. Dana's Kitchen, Schraubby, and Darth's Schraubby. Which is funny because this is not Darth's channel. But somehow his name got in the running there. No, so we're taking or are you just going to take the top one from the polls? What do you want to do?
We'll probably take the top 2 from that one.
Top 2 from that poll. So Schraubby, still on the table. I'm guessing I'm going to cream these together.
No, Pops. We're only eliminating the bottom 2 or 3 on each one. There's so many. And then there's still going to be the option to keep the name. So we'll see what happens.
Exactly. Okay. My problem is I have 2 recipes on this card, and I keep getting mixed up on which is which.
Dana's Bacon Master.
See, where were all these names? They should have been in the Discord. Rocky is being a pain in the butt today. Even though he got to go to camp and run around with other dogs. Do you want to put him on a stool next to you? Will he do that? Maybe not. He is quite the character. So I learned that most of us do not do this long enough when we're creaming the sugar and the butter, that we really want to make sure that it lightens up in color and gets really, really fluffy. May the Darth be with Schraubby. That's a very, very long name, Andy.
So at under 25, that might not be under 25. Logistical elevation technician did not fit.
Aww, that's too bad. All right, I'm gonna mix. So for this, because they're almond cookies, they need to have an almond flavor to them, and it doesn't use almond extract in it. So it uses almond. You're supposed to crush and make a flour out of almonds, but I'm just gonna do this because this recipe is very old, so most likely that did not exist at the time. But you could certainly make your own if you just don't happen to have it around. So we're going to use 2/3 cup of almond flour. And then we're going to add 1 2/3 cup regular flour into this. This is also going to go in the refrigerator to chill. And this is, by the way, this is how I typically make my cookies. I make a bunch of doughs in a row, get them in the refrigerator, and then I can pull them out as I have time to bake them, or when Robbie gets home and can help me with because I make super tiny cookies. Those panettone cookies you saw, that's the biggest cookie that'll well, the Victorian lace cookies will look really big, but there's not much substance to them. So, second round poll is up. Your favorite name in round 2. Go. All right, I need 1 and how much of this? 1 2/3. I have a 1/3 cup, so 5. 1. I don't know if you can see, but that is so much lighter. It was like a really dark yellow when we started, and now it's a nice light color. It's so nice to have a technician who does these things for you so you can concentrate on the other things.
Sort of.
Well, you know what I can do? Is I can do
Ta-da!
that. And you can see how much lighter that is. Was that 4? That was 4. See, I got distracted. I hope everybody was counting for me. Rocky's Wrangler. L-E-T, Robbie. Do they allow you to have periods? I don't think they do.
You can do underscores, but not periods, I believe.
And then you'd have to explain it each time. Oh, put the salt in there. Let's stir that up. I'm doing my dance. I'm twirling around the kitchen.
And yes, Sarah, Sir Mix-a-Lot was already taken. It was very sad. Imagine that. That one was taken.
See, he looked it up for you, though.
Yeah, I had to eliminate 7 or 8 of the suggestions because they were already gone.
So you can see this dough is actually really simple. It is butter, sugar, and then we have flour, salt, and almond flour. That's it. Until we make them, and then we're going to do form blah blah blah, cool on pan. Then we're going to dip them in confectioner sugar, powdered sugar with a little bit of cinnamon in it. But the base of the dough, and for me this is just easiest. I just pull a bunch of butter out. I have all the flour and the sugar out, and can just get a bunch. So you can see, like, here's what I do is I stick my dough into these little containers and I put the card on top of it so I remember what it was that's in there, because they all look very similar.
Sir Mix-a-Lot more.
Oh, I know. You have a pot of beef carbonade. Okay, I'm not familiar with that. What is beef carbonade? Like, I know what beef bourguignon is, and I love it. And you really got to think about making it. If you really want it to be good, you got to think about making it early in the day. Have that time. Wolf Mom! Hello! Welcome in! Hi, Raiders! Welcome in! It's good to see you. Hey, people in my chat. This is Rocky. Hi. And go follow Wolf Mom, fellow gamer, and so supportive of the community. She's amazing. Love her to death. Welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Dana. This is Dana's Kitchen. I am here with Rocky, who came in to say hello and be a pain in the butt. And Robbie, who is not a pain in the butt. He is my boyfriend's tech guy, dishwasher, dog wrangler. That's it. Oh, Rocky's like, oh no, the dog wrangler is coming. I'm a cook here in Texas, in North Texas, and I just love to be in the kitchen, and tonight is cookie night. Woohoo! So we've already made the dough for our chocolate peppermint cookies. That's in the refrigerator. I am now making dough for almond crescent cookies. That will go in the refrigerator as well. He's gonna get it in a second here. You miss Texas? You used to be here in Texas? Drink more, cook. So the favorite Robbie. So we're trying to find Robbie a new name. So we're doing some polls. You're more than welcome to participate. In fact, we encourage you to participate in these polls. So we're doing 4 cookies. The chocolate peppermint crunch, these almond crescents. The next we're going to make the dough for our pumpkin drop cookies and get those started. Those don't need to chill, so we can put those in the oven. And then the last one are going to be Victorian lace cookies, which I will try my best to keep this a family-friendly thing as I make those, because they can be a little challenging to make, but they are so worth it when they're done. You were stationed in San Antonio. I love San Antonio. It's so cool down there. We're up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That is where we are. But welcome in. It's so good to see you guys. So it is Cookie Palooza time. And I've been asking Chad a couple of questions because I'm putting my January together. So here are my questions. My questions are, if you make cookies for the holidays, how many cookies do you make? What are your favorite holiday cookies? And then my third one is, what's your favorite comfort food? Or not comfort food, what's your favorite cheat day food? It's a cheat day. What are you gonna eat? You can eat whatever you want. Whoop, that was the wrong way. Don't turn it up when you're trying to turn it off. And get almost done and can go in the refrigerator. And so these were a cookie I was saying that my mom made occasionally, but my grandmother made them every year. So these are my Mima's almond crescent cookies. So $35 of Taco Bell. What about if you have to cook it? I mean, I guess I could do a $35 worth of Taco Bell cooking stream and cook it.
Or authentic chalupas.
Yes, authentic chalupas. Did you like that? You like the authentic chalupas? We could do that. Poutine. Ooh, yes. That was on my list of possibilities because I love French fries. French fries are like my decadent cheat food. Authentic Mexican pizza. And what would that be exactly, Pops? What is authentic Mexican pizza? Maine is the Texas of New England. We were up in Maine last fall, a little over a year ago. We actually made lobster rolls on stream from a boathouse that I was really afraid Robbie was going to hit his head on the ceiling because the ceilings were so low.
It was a converted boathouse, so it was some tight quarters.
Ooh, a very hot tostada. Oh yes, a hot tostada. What about, would a true chalupa count as a pizza too, or does it have to be a tostada? I think I am going to do, because cheat day is going to be Thursday streams, and so I have a taco Thursday, but maybe we'll just like bathe ourselves in authentic American Mexican food. Spicy mayo. Let's see, grilled turkey, chicken, pepper jack, and mozzarella sandwiches using real butter. Spicy mayo on the side. I like how you think, DJ. I like it. Hexagon-shaped Mexican pizzas at the school cafeteria. Catching your head on a high step with a low ceiling is permanent PT. I mean, I'm telling you, Pops. I don't know if you got to. It had like this. So first of all, you walked in the front. When you walked in the front door where they had the key, you walk into the bedroom. And then to get down to the kitchen and the living area and the bathroom, so there's no bathroom on the floor with the bedroom, it had a circular stairway that was very, very tiny. Very tiny. And only like 10 steps because the ceilings were so low. It was crazy. You have a large populations, have another language beside English as their first in either Maine or Texas. Give a hoot what the other 48 think. This is true. When I lived in, and I've said this on stream before, but when I lived in Virginia years ago, there used to be a restaurant, and it was called the Texas-Wisconsin Border Cafe. And you got to have German food, and you got to have Mexican food, or Tex-Mex food, and I loved that place. That was so good. All right, here's our dough. That needs to chill too, because what we're going to do with this is we're going to roll it, and then we're going to bend it into a crescent, and then stick it in the oven to cook. And then when it comes out, we're going to let it cool just a little bit, and then we're going to roll it in powdered sugar and cinnamon. So that's what happens with these cookies. It's always a thing. I used to make cookies with my kids all the time and really enjoyed doing that. Uh-oh, I hear a dog at the trash can in the bedroom, office. Why do dogs like to get in the trash? Especially like my office trash. It has paper in it. That's what it has, paper.
They're like, you're just throwing this stuff away?
There are a lot of Czech immigrants here in Texas. We made, when Kanara was here, Kanara and I made, kolaches. Now we didn't make the sausage ones because we were making chili for dinner, and something that I think is more like real chili, using chilies to make the chili rather than tomatoes. And then we made the sweet kolaches for dessert, which were so excellent. They were so excellent. So is Rocky a paper shredder? It would save me money if he was. Hello, Ice Queen. It's good to see you here. Welcome in. We're making cookies. I think I'm going to make the pumpkin drop cookies next. I'm kind of avoiding the Victorian lace cookies because they're a pain in the butt. But we'll get to them. What am I doing? This fell again? He's so concerned. This is a tank top. It's a tank top.
This looks like you're from the 80s or something.
I am from the 80s.
Wait, what? You are?
I'm from the 80s. I don't know what you want from me. This is how we used to, that's why it probably doesn't bother me. We walked around like this all the time. Flash dance, exactly, DJ, exactly. My camisole is showing. Oh my goodness. Robbie's very fragile and very modest. So, my mother used to be like, if I had like a unbutton on my shirts, my mom would be like, Dana, why are you not buttoned all the way up? And I'd be like, button it, get to school, unbutton the button.
Scandalous.
I know. I'm like, it's the 80s, Mom. We're like, clothes off the shoulders. You made brownies a little earlier. Oh, sick child's request. Oh, how sweet of you to make brownies. She gets what she wants. You're very nice. My kids were like, I'm sick. I'm like, okay, then go to bed. And then here's some Jell-O. We're the same age, same vintage. I saw Kanara was like, a lady never tells her age, and I'm like, well, I must not be a lady, because I tell people I'm 54. Once I even kept saying I was 52 until Robbie said, you're 51. And I was like, that math checks out. So, I don't care. Oh, your dog is looking for the toys that my dogs are playing with. Rocky is quiet right now, so that's good. 42. You're 54. I don't think there's anything wrong. Like, you're as old as you think you are. All right, this one's probably going to make a lot of noise as we make it. All right, pumpkin drop cookies, because I'm not making any pumpkin pie. You know what I didn't do though? I didn't check to see if I had pumpkin. So let's see if I have some. I should. I usually overbuy pumpkin because I buy pumpkin when I see it on sale, and then I panic thinking I don't have pumpkin, so I buy more pumpkin. If Bevmo is a nationwide liquor chain, but when you can scan your ID there, it shows your age in a big bold digital number. Nice. Nice. We do not have Bevmo here, but I am familiar with them from being up in the Seattle area. You're 60 because they told you you are. Your body makes you feel 85. I hear you on that. I'm working on that. Totus is 40. See, look, we're all just telling our ages. It's great. Jim Barella, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What brought you here? All right, now the old me would be distracted and just pour all of this in here and then realize I don't need all of it. So I only need 1 cup. Do you see how I did that right, Robbie? Uh-oh. Fighting dogs. All right, we need to combine the butter and sugar first, and then add the pumpkin, egg, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Does this sound like a little bit like a pumpkin pie minus the butter? So anyway, since I'm not making a pumpkin pie for dessert for Christmas, this is my pumpkin contribution for those people who must have pumpkin at both Thanksgiving and Christmas. So you never have to grow up. Well, you know, you don't. I would suggest you grow up a little bit, but not too much. I think we start to lose our wonder a little too much when we get older. All right, how much butter do I need? I need half a cup. So that would be 1 stick, but mine wait a minute, no, I'm gonna use this. You can see I really thought about this a lot before I got here. And now the dog is going crazy. Baking brought you from the food section. So you feel at home here. Excellent. We're young at heart. But our bodies are like, yeah, whatever. That's what happens here. You do you, DJ. That's all I'm saying. You just have to be you. That's the most important thing. Like I'm thinking, I kind of feel like I want to wear like clothes that are a little crazier than I wear. I know Robbie will love that because, you know, he wears such crazy clothes. That's Rocky when he's bored. He's like, does anybody else dog do this? Like they get on the couch and they're upside down, like trying to do like a headstand and they're barking at themselves. I think it's kind of weird. So, kitty cat attack, hello. I don't think old is a negative either. I think it's just a word. People like to label things, you know? So let's see here. We're going to do this for 15 seconds. Power level 3, start. Okay. And it's good to see you, Kitty Cat Attack. I'm glad you're in here. Exercise made you feel old all week. Well, you have to use handrails. I mean, I feel old when I go work out with my trainer, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do that because that hurts my knees, and can't do that. That's when I feel it. But it's okay. I keep going. I keep going anyway. All right, we've got our half a cup of butter. It got a little more melty than I wanted, but I think it's still gonna work. And then, oh, here's my recipe. I need, what does it want me to do? You know what? This is driving me crazy. That one's going away for now, so I don't keep looking at it. Combine butter and sugar. So it wants both. So this has both brown sugar and regular granulated sugar, and it has a lot. So for a half a cup of butter, we're doing a cup of packed brown sugar and 3/4 cup sugar. So there we go. You're having a late brunch breakfast sandwich. Yes, you can. I saw the meme today where it says, you know what? I could just go to the store and buy a cake and bring it home and eat it, and nobody can tell me not to do it. And it's like, cool. The hip, cool 33-year-old crowd. Yeah, I loved my 30. I had 2 kids when I was in my 30s. And, but here we are. Okay, I need this and I need this. And that can go over there. And I need this, my brown sugar, and I need my regular sugar. So 3/4 cup of regular sugar. And then we need a cup of our brown sugar. Baking is always fun because there's always constantly a stream of dishes over by the sink. See, the other day when I made all those cookies, you came home and there were no dishes to do. I did all my own dishes. My dishwasher didn't do them. Meaning Robbie, not the actual dishwasher, because the actual dishwasher did do some of them. Your mom is turning 70 tomorrow. When my mom turned 70, I told her I was coming in town to visit her. And I'm going to guess, I haven't heard from my brother. I don't know if he's still in here or not. Today is his birthday, and he was in here for a little bit. And I said, you come in too, but let's not tell her. And so that's what we did. And it was fun. It was very surprising for her because when I came in, she's just like, I wish your brother could be here. And I said, I know, it's too bad he had to work and that he couldn't make it. And then I said I had to go run a mysterious errand. And I ran to the store to pick up flowers and I think balloons, and then to the airport to go pick them up. I love doing surprises like that. But don't tell me you have a surprise for me and then make me wait for it, because then it's just something I don't know. It's not a surprise. So pie is breakfast food, DJ. So DJ, did you know on my social media every single year, the day after Thanksgiving, I've been trying to get everybody to recognize that as National Pie for Breakfast Day. Because apparently my mom thought it was acceptable to have pie for breakfast, because if we had pie, I was able to have that for breakfast. So that is true. Cookies matter. Pan fryer, hello. This is true, Kitty Cat Attack. You know what? And when you're an adult, you can eat whatever you want for breakfast. You can have cold pizza. As a matter of fact, I was at a very, I don't know what you want to call them, but like kind of a like boutique-y hotel. And in the morning, they had cold pizza and a cold pizza and Bloody Mary bar, which I thought was awesome. The pizza was good, even cold. Give us chocolate cake. Did that happen for you guys? You would tell your dad you're great, and he would give you chocolate cake for breakfast? I could have like cake for breakfast like the day after we had the cake, but after that it was not considered a breakfast food by my mom. But pie was breakfast until it was gone. You love that concept? Should we do a cold pizza and Bloody Mary bar sometime? That would be fun. A tortilla, yeah, that's really good. You never got cake for breakfast. Danish is just like a small, I mean, it's a pastry with fruit, like, it's a pastry, it's fruit, it has lots of sugar in it, so how is that any different than pie or cake, right? I don't call Danish a cake. I think of it more as a pastry. More along the lines of, croissant. You had candy in the morning? I'm sure I did. I don't remember it, but I'm sure that I ate it, but probably without my parents. I wouldn't say they didn't know. They probably knew, but they did not say, hey, would you want some M&Ms? Here's this bowl of M&Ms for breakfast. Oh, his kid that was from a Cosby skit. Okay. I am not familiar with that one. Clearly that is the truth. Okay, this is a little wet. I think that, let's see here. It's hard when you have brown sugar to see if this is really completely done, because I usually go by color. So we'll just make sure that this is done really well. Cake has eggs and flour and milk. Yes, this is true. Isn't it funny? Like if we have toast and milk and some eggs and some fruit, and that's healthy for breakfast, but if you mix it all together and put it in the oven and cook it, then now it's not. I mean, we're kind of weird here in the United States, like, look at this sugary cereal. This is nutritious. Oh, I can put this away. I don't need that anymore. All right, what do I need to do now? Now I need pumpkin, egg, cinnamon, and nutmeg. All right, 1 cup pumpkin. This is one of my favorite things in the kitchen. What do you guys do? If you guys have leftover pumpkin, what do you do with it? I've made a pumpkin mousse, which is awesome. That pumpkin mousse was really good, wasn't it?
Yes, it was very good.
So you can make a pumpkin mousse, especially if you have leftover whipping cream. Then you can use 2 ingredients. Are you putting together another poll? Robbie is prepping another poll to change his name. Drink more cocktails is one of them. That's funny. So we got a cup of pumpkin. We need an egg. Oh my goodness, I just broke that egg. I need more eggs. That's got to go on the grocery list. We need that egg, some cinnamon and some nutmeg. And Robbie's working on the poll, so if you're talking to me, I can't hear you right now. I can't hear you anyway, but... All right, a teaspoon of nutmeg. These are pretty potent cookies with a teaspoon of nutmeg and a teaspoon of cinnamon in it. So let's see here. In your house, a traditional start of Christmas, so your dad started it off with a big breakfast. That's good. The day after Thanksgiving, I told everybody they were in charge of their own food because I had cooked for 2 days straight. And Robbie had helped me. Oh, I don't need, that was 3/4. Okay. That's good, and you know what I'm happy to hear? I'm happy to hear that you started Christmas after Thanksgiving. Pie, whatever pie's left over, for sure. Oh yeah, scrambled eggs, hash browns, waffles, bacon, yes. Throw it all away, Totus. You weren't allowed to have cake for breakfast? Yes. I know, that's the thing, right? Like somehow in our brain we've said this is okay for breakfast and this is okay for lunch and this is okay for dinner. Like when we say breakfast for dinner, right? Why? Why is it breakfast for dinner? Why did the eggs magically become only a breakfast food?
Because they were fresh in the morning.
Is that true?
It sounds good.
As someone who's not a pumpkin person, I'd wonder what it was doing in my house. Okay, fair enough. So you do not have any tips on what to do with leftover pumpkin. Get your dollars out for Robbie. Your mother makes pumpkin porridge out of the kabocha pumpkin. Okay, excellent. Make sure you go around round 3. Vote for a favorite name for Robbie. Get in there. Breakfast tacos are awesome. You know what we made? Did you see the breakfast enchiladas Robbie made? Those were awesome. As a matter of fact, I liked them so much, I'm going to make them over the holidays so I can put them in the fridge, and in the morning I can just pop them in the oven for everybody. Cake is illegal to have, but it's okay in the morning. Okay. But donuts are okay in the morning. Those are different things, though. Donuts have yeast, cakes don't. So is it okay?
They were so good.
So, they were really good. Tell them more. I'm busy.
So, the recipe just called for sausage, but we ended up doing a combination of spicy sausage, smoked brisket that we had, and some smoked pork. So 3 excellent types of enchiladas, and then you do like this egg and cream mixture that you kind of pour over the whole thing. You stick it in the oven, and it all cooks together, and it was fabulous.
It was really, really good. I did like it better than my casserole. I would have voted for yours.
So wait, you live in town and wasn't invited?
I mean, Totus, if you want to come over for a stream and help us eat food, I'm open to that. I've had some of my friends here. We've had Robbie's family here. But just know that when people are here, I tend to cook slower. I get distracted easy. And so dinner may not be until, I mean, it only took me like 3.5 hours to make burgers when his family was here. So, Pantry Elf has done the same thing. I mean, that's who we are. That's who we are. How many bowls have I used, Robbie? Is anybody counting? Okay, I have
Andy was trying to count, but we don't have a counter for it, so. How long did it take when Juan was there?
Gosh, that's a really good question. I don't know. Do you remember?
I don't.
You were looking at me like I was crazy for asking you that question. So there you go. The burgers were worth the wait when you were here. You've had burgers over here multiple times. Okay, so I've got a 1 1/4 cup of flour here. I need 1.5 teaspoons of salt. But I'm getting to the point where almost all of my things are dirty. Okay, so 1.5 teaspoons of salt, a tablespoon of baking powder, and 1/4 teaspoon baking soda. This goes here, baking powder. A teaspoon of that. So these are gonna be like cakey, I think. Again, based on the ingredients going in there. I remember having these a long time ago, but I don't remember exactly what they look like. I haven't made them in years and years and years.
Hi, Alpha Pest.
Felt like normal. You did bring us wine, and it was good. I think we drank margaritas that night, though, didn't we?
I think so.
So I need a 1/4 teaspoon of baking soda, which is what I just put in there. I almost did 2 of those, so good thing I didn't. And now we'll start mixing that in here. You'd visit Texas, but there's nothing in Texas for me. You know what? There's a lot of food and drink streamers here.
Maybe Texas Con next summer.
Summer or fall?
Well, whichever. It's not planned yet.
Yeah.
Next year. We'll put that in
I
air
mean,
quotes.
summer's just brutal. But the fall would be fun.
It only feels like it was in the summer because it seems like it was months ago and it was.
It really wasn't. It was a month. It was only 6 weeks ago that everybody was here.
That's crazy.
Robbie's like, no, it's been 2 years since they've been here. It feels like forever.
It's been 87 years, Dana.
See, Totus, I'm with you on that. It's just too hot. And I think the temperature was pretty good. I wish it had rained a little less when everybody was here. Hello, Alpha Pest. How are you? Good to see you in here. Good to see you. Okay, I've got my cookies. I need to add in. So this calls for pecans, raisins, and semi-sweet chocolate morsels. Here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna add chocolate and pecans in these, and we're gonna forgo the raisins. Are you okay with that? Robbie is okay with that plan. So we'll up our other things. It was supposed to be a cup of each of those. We're gonna do 1.5 cups of chocolate chips and 1.5 cups of pecans instead of having the raisins. Did that say pecans? Yeah, it did say pecans. I didn't get pecans out. I have almonds out for some reason. So let's get some things. Okay. Chocolate chips, let's start with that. I'm just gonna measure all of these first into a bowl. I'm a monster. Look how I open these chocolate chips.
Sarah Lynn agrees. No surprise.
I know if Elsa is still in here, Elsa really wants me to make a raisin roundies at some point. Oh, that's an entire bag. I'm sorry, it's an entire bag of chocolate chips. We may not have that many pecans. Let's see. Where are my pecans? Done. Do I not have any pecans? I have almonds and cashews. Well, crud. I thought I had pecans. Apparently I was wrong. Now what are we gonna do? Think we can do almonds instead of pecans? I think we can. What do you think? That's what we're gonna have to do. Even if you don't think that's right, we're gonna have to do almonds. But I wanna chop them up. And Robbie already cleaned this. I feel bad. You're buffering. I like chocolate chips as a snack too, kitty cat attack. You can ask Robbie. I'll make, like at the end of the day, I'll take like a little bitty bowl this big and I'll put like chocolate chips and almonds or pecans, maybe some white chocolate in there. It's so good. It's so good. All right, here are almonds. You have at least 3 bags of frozen pecans in my freezer. I should have invited you over. Top 7 remaining new names. What came from the last poll? So our names are Dana chose this name, Drink More Arsenic spelled the correct way. Drink More Cook Less, Dances with Dana. Drink More Tequila, Shrobby, and Mr. Dana's Kitchen. When are we going to do the next poll?
Hi, Wanda Girl.
Wanda Girl, welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, butterscotch chips. Yes. Or sometimes I get those little caramel things and put those in there. That's good. I'm kind of eyeballing this. I'm not even going to measure it. I think this is about 1.5 cups. It's probably closer to a cup, but it's fine. Everything is fine. It's all fine. I have a dog scavenging in my kitchen. You know what I hate? I hate when I'm cooking in the kitchen and I drop something and there are no dogs to be found anywhere to clean up my mess, and then I have to clean it up. Anybody else have that? Who's cooking Christmas dinner? Oh, there goes an almond. Almonds are okay for dogs, right? She cooks our mix. I know we need to get the, when we get these in the oven, we'll have Robbie bring out the eggnog and we'll do the big tasting. So if you weren't here a couple of weeks ago, we made 2 different kinds of eggnog. You can find the recipes for both of them in Discord under food, under the food tab from a couple of weeks ago. So you'll have to scroll back quite a bit for it. And one is my Pawpaws that uses whipped egg whites. And one is Alton Brown's that only uses egg yolks. They're similar other than that. I was halving, my Pawpaw made so much eggnog. He used 24 eggs and it was a lot. So we halved it, except that I forgot to have the alcohol. Oh, darn.
Oops.
It's terrible, isn't it? This might have been faster in a food processor.
Faster, but not as fun.
Sure. I mean, they're going all over the place, so it's only cleaning the kitchen. It's fine. You don't have to, you have teenagers still in your house. You don't have to clean much. Drink More Arsenic is a great name, but that's due to your love of dark humor. So Kitty Cat Attack, one of the options when we get to the final poll will be for him to keep his name. So that will be an option. Liz Anth, hello, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hey, everybody, if you're not following Liz Anth, go give her a follow. She is a wonderful person, bakes some beautiful things on her stream. So, yeah, welcome in, Liz Anth. What did you do today? I didn't get to see what you were cooking. Hello, Big Ball of Yarn, and hello, Dungeon Nerdy. Welcome in, welcome in. If you do not know who I am Dana. This is my kitchen. I am here with the wonderful, lovely assistant, boyfriend, tech guy, levitation, how do we say levitation? I don't know, logistical elevation technician, dishwasher, dog wrangler, sous chef, pasta maker, all sorts of things. So we're here, I'm in North Texas. I am a home cook. I got my love of cooking from my mom and my grandma. And here we are today making lots of Christmas cookies.
Beth wants to see levitation.
I mean, it looks like magic to me because things are high and then all of a sudden they're here. I don't know why I say levitation. That's probably logistical and elevation mixed together. So anyway, so here we are. I am making cookies 6, 7, 8, and 9 tonight, which means I have 2 more to do tomorrow. And so tonight, we've already made the dough for our chocolate peppermint crunch cookies. It's in the refrigerator chilling with the almond crescent dough. You made Mexican, oh, I love Mexican wedding cake cookies. Wedding cookies. Yes, I love those. I actually have a memory of those from being in 8th grade, and there was like a what do you want to call it, international celebration, and that was what I made that, and I made flan for that. So yeah, that's good. Your dad took you to see David Copperfield, and he flew around the auditorium. That would be freaky. That would be very, very freaky. All right, so my peppermint crunch dough is chilling with the almond crescent dough in the refrigerator. They're having a party in there, so hopefully they'll be ready to go in a little while. And right now we're working on our pumpkin drop cookies, which does not need to go in the refrigerator because they're just drop cookies, like, you know, drop biscuits. So, Gray Dusk, hello. Is it a Texas thing to call them that? I think they're Mexican wedding cookies, you know? There's a lot of similarities between, you know, you'll find things that you make in one kind of international way, but there's something that's almost identical to it someplace else. Who knows? But yeah, we always called them the wedding cookies. They're just so pillowy and yummy. So, hip hop cookies, we be chillin'. Yes, they be chillin'. They be chillin'. All right, so we're making these pumpkin drop cookies. It called for chocolate chips, raisins, and pecans. I didn't do my homework. I don't have pecans, so we're using almonds. And then we also decided to 86 the raisins and only use chocolate chips in here. And I am okay with that decision. And Robbie is okay with that decision. And this is a good way to use leftover pumpkin, but now I have leftover pumpkin from making these, so I'm trying to figure out what to do with my additional leftover pumpkin. There's still a lot of dough on here. Hang on. I didn't realize there was still so much on here. So these should be kind of more cakey and roundish because they've got that baking soda and baking powder, and the dough is softer. Okay, look at all of those chocolate chips that are going into these cookies, Robbie. Do you like chocolate and pumpkin together? And then we've got the almonds. And Robbie is working to make your experience better. Despite my best efforts to mess everything up.
Oh, she ain't kidding.
He'll be like, he'll come over here, he'll move the camera, and then I'll move the bowl someplace else, and he'll go. So this has lots of good stuff in it. Do you guys like chocolate and pumpkin together? Mini keto pumpkin cheesecakes. I could do that. I think I even have some cream cheese that I could use to make those. And when I've done those, well, you could use graham crackers in the bottom, but if you want to keep it really without the gluten and stuff in it, you could just do it in like the little dessert jars, and I got 8 million of those, and then just have it like a cheesecake thing in a muffin pan. You love pumpkin. I like pumpkin too. But I don't like it when pumpkin spice starts in August. I think it needs to start in October. I have very weird things in my head. I'm like, I want it to be special. So October through December, just like I don't want Christmas trees up in October. They need to wait until Thanksgiving. Even the weekend before Thanksgiving, I'm okay with. Oh no, you have to hide my mom used to actually hide like the chocolate from my brother. So I get that. And you know what I used to do, Totus? My youngest used to eat all the crackers like the day I would buy them. So I started buying flavored crackers, like rosemary crackers. And one day they came down and they were like, are you purposely buying crackers that I don't like? And I said, I am indeed. A jar of pumpkin cheesecake. It was so good. We all do need a Robbie in our lives, but you can't have mine. This one is mine. Do you like that, Robbie?
I'm taken.
That you're taken. All right, you want to help me do these drop cookies?
No.
What?
I just remembered I have somewhere to be.
You have to go somewhere?
I just
Oh,
remembered.
that's too bad.
Yeah.
You don't like the food or flavor?
Look at the time, Dana.
You had to hide your Halloween candy from. I'll tell you, the kids, they would have to hide the M&Ms and the Heath bars from me. So I think I need to grease this cookie sheet first. So let me take a look here. Oops, there's some pumpkin on my. You know what that tastes like?
Pumpkin?
Mm-hmm. All right, lightly greased cookie sheet. Okay, then let's do that. I've got my Crisco here. We'll lightly grease this. He's gonna be on camera here in a second. Are you guys excited? Robbie hype, Robbie hype, Robbie hype. When's our next poll?
I think we'll do the final thing on Sunday.
On Sunday? So do you feel like we're to the final thing?
We'll do probably
One more?
2 rounds again and then maybe
Okay.
like a final.
Okay. No comment from Robbie. Yeah. All right, come here. This is easy compared to the sweetheart cookies. You're gonna be
these
like,
aren't the sweetheart cookies?
no, these are the
Oh, I thought these were the sweet. Stand down, everyone.
Have we not been
Cancel the
talking?
red alert. It's not the sweetheart cookies.
Wait, has he not been here for the whole pumpkin discussion? Has he not been paying attention that he thought we were doing the
if I was
sweetheart
distracted
cookies?
by poles and dog wrangling and elevating. No, not elevating. Levitating. I said the correct thing on accident.
Here, this is your spoon. Wait.
I have a spoon. No, it's fine. It's.
That's the look. All right.
Thank you for that, Dungeon Nerdy.
Wake us up.
What are we doing?
It's about this much. And it just goes like that on the sheet.
But what happens when half of it sticks to the thing?
That's what your finger is for.
Oh. You know, we really should switch this. Hang on.
It's getting the stream deck.
There we go. Look at that. See, now we can actually see what we're doing.
Yeah, but I'm going to look at the wrong camera all the time.
But it's right there.
I know, but I'm going to look at this one anyway. Because that's what I do. It's fine. It's fine. I did it all Sunday. I looked at the wrong camera. It was fine. You're going to have to get some rest, Andy. Okay. Yes, make sure you let me know what your meal redemption is going to be so we can get it on the calendar. And you have a good night's sleep. And thank you so much again, Andy, for always being, see, I did it, for being such a great part of the community.
Good night, Andy.
It wasn't you, for what? Yeah, it wasn't Aladdin's girl either. Two of my...
It's safe. Kanara's not here.
Kanara does not like the screaming goat. Isn't it too bad you can't use other people's sound effects and other people's streams? Emotes, yes.
I'm excited about the follower emotes being usable in other channels now.
Did
if you're
you-
a subscriber?
Did you guys know that if you have a follower, if you're following somebody and they have those follower emotes, if you are subscribed to them, you can now use those follower emotes in other people's streams as well. So keep that in mind. Oh, my apron fell. I have no apron on.
Can't take you anywhere.
I know. I'm a mess. You have been a good behavior. I love the screaming goats.
We're awake.
Follower emote is such a nice change. It is a nice change. It gives everybody something, right? for being part of a community, because maybe not everybody can afford to subscribe to all of their favorite places. People, channels.
I think those are all correct.
Okay. Is places really correct though?
Yeah.
All right, so another question for you guys. I've already got some ideas in mind, but I'm always open to new ideas. Robbie and I are going to attempt to do some IRL streams in January. Do you guys have anything in particular that you're like, oh, I wish somebody would do an IRL stream of blank? We're going to need more cookie sheets. One thing I like about these is they're really easy.
Pop says that Places works.
Places works? Okay.
They're getting bigger, Sarah.
Because I like to do small cookies, because when you do like 11, or somebody said they were doing 15, their wife was doing 15, 16 cookies. I think that was Roland. What if you want to taste all of them? You can't have these giant cookies. So, are you stabbing me? Oh, you went to go get another spoon, wimp. You're supposed to use your finger.
This is not how you keep good help around, guys.
That was
Sarah suggesting to come visit Cedar Point, way up in Ohio.
You know what? If we do that, you like big, almost burned cookies.
So do you also char your marshmallows real good?
I like charred marshmallows, for sure. All right, I'll wait till yours is done.
I like them getting nice and brown, but I don't really like them catching on fire. That's a bit much for me.
I don't mind if they're on fire for a minute. I don't want them to be on fire for a long time.
Wolf Mom says, yep.
Okay, did I put the Crisco away? I sure did. That doesn't happen often. In Ohio get together. Are you in Ohio, DJ? Seems like you're up that way. See, it's so much slower when you have to use 2 spoons instead of your finger, like the pros.
Oh,
it's a Cincinnati. See, I like a little char on my stuff, but not too much. It's got to be the perfect amount of char.
So you think we're going to need 2 of these?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a friend, and she likes her meat well done, but with no char. And I'm like, that's just wrong on both sides of that. I'm like, give it to me rare.
Kings Island.
Kings Island and Cedar Point up there in Ohio. I don't think we're going to make it to Ohio this summer.
Or in January.
Or in January.
Seems like January might not be the time to visit.
I agree.
It's going to actually be cold here next week.
It's cold right now.
But like cold, Dana. It was 81 or so for last Christmas here. We set a record. And it might actually be in the 30s for Christmas this year.
Well, I'd rather have that, because then I can have a fire in the fireplace without turning the air conditioning on.
Well, and if it's that cold, it's actually possible for snow, which, 81, a little bit tougher.
We have a wedding to go to in July up in Colorado. Do you remember that?
No.
We talked about that.
She doesn't tell me this stuff, guys. She just makes things up on stream.
You were there in Colorado when...
Oh, when I wasn't feeling great?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I can't imagine why I don't remember.
But you were there. He's like, you're saying I didn't tell you, but you were there. So I did tell you.
I was just unconscious. Hey, Liz in the OC.
Liz in the OC and Paul. Yes, cookies.
Paul.
We're getting our first cookies in the oven, but we've got 2 doughs in the refrigerator, and then we've got to also make these Victorian lace cookies as well. That I make
like this.
cuss as I'm making
Oh,
them.
somebody beat me to it. Excellent.
Oh, you did. Thank you
Very
so
good.
much. Thistle and Oak. Go check them out. You get music, you get food, you get all the things.
And puppies.
And puppies. 2 of them. Mojo and they're quieter than Rocky,
Thank goodness.
which is a good thing.
I'm gonna go check on the puppy.
What is he barking at? The dog wrangler is gonna go check it out over here. Oh, did you not put the cookies in the oven? Okay, hang on.
I simply placed my sheet over where she placed hers.
Now I gotta wash my. Rocky the Velociraptor. I know, I put them over here because I wanted them to go in the oven at the same time. All right, set the timer. Did you see how I'm getting better at setting the timer the right way? Where did my spoon go? Is this my spoon? Yeah. Paul, what do you think? Robbie, audio troubleshooting? What do you think of Robbie, who will not touch the cookie dough? He's using 2 spoons to get them on the tray.
It's not that I won't. I'm just working faster.
Are you? How come I get mine done before you?
I don't know. I have to keep stepping away to handle
You
a
did
dinosaur.
not on the last one. On the last tray, you and I were both here,
I was warming up.
and we started at the same time. This is kind of the way we really are. So welcome to the kitchen. I said before, but I'll let you know, he's saving raw dough for snacking. You're not really a raw dough kind of person.
No, not too much. I mean, I have, and
He'll taste it, but he doesn't usually steal it.
I can usually wait for the cookies to be baked.
Kelsey! Look, Rocky's so excited. Oh, wait, you're there. He's so excited that you subscribed. Thank you so much.
Would you like a snowflake, a snowman, a tree, or you're on there's a snowman.
Yeah,
So I
she's
hope you
already
picked
on there.
snowman.
Yeah, she asked for it because she did her 18 months at the beginning because she hadn't done it yet. So.
Okay. Excellent.
But thank you so much. I know. Kelsey, I'm doing 11 different kinds. Are you going to be baking any cookies? Kelsey is my daughter, for those of you who don't know. Are you doing any cookies? Does he recognize her name? He does not, but at least he doesn't bark at her. He's probably barking at a trash can or who knows? Who knows what he's barking at? All right, I have a lot of baking sheets. How many baking sheets do those of you who bake cookies own? Because I have
1.
I have 6 big ones, and then I have that was just my thumb. The sparklers and the thumbprint, yes, I love those. I've got those done already. Whenever we're on the wide camera, I always have trouble figuring out what camera I'm supposed to be looking at. I need little lights. You know, I've worked in television studios, so I'm used to having a light. You have 4, but you only bake cookies once a year. Hello, Quixotic Jedi. I don't think we've said hello to you yet today.
Hello, Jedi.
It's good to see you. That's fair. I use them for other things though, too, not just baking cookies. So like when I'm doing lots of appetizers, I'll put them on plates, but now I've got little quarter sheets and I like to put the appetizers on that because that way they stay hot. I can do a smaller amount at a time. And it's also great for like when you're cooking dinner for a lot of people, you can use them to stack things in the refrigerator. So That's the first you've spoken. Well, then it's no wonder I didn't know you were in here. All right, we're going to save these for when the other cookies come out. And, all right, so we can do, we can need to do eggnog. Alrighty. Yeah, I've already done my thumbprint cookies. So we've got those. Kelsey, we've been voting on names for Robbie. So if you can hang before our next poll.
I thought we were doing Sunday.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the rest of the polls today. You're going to do the rest of the polls on Sunday? Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. Okay, so never mind. There are no more Robbie polls today, but we will finish up our polls on Sunday on what will Robbie's new name, if any, be on Twitch. But those are the remaining names. So Dana chose this name, Drink More Arsenic spelled the proper way. Drink More, Cook Less, Dances with Dana, Drink More Tequila, Schrabi, and Mr. Dana's Kitchen. So there we go. Let me see if the almond crescent dough is in a good place. We can get those up on cookie sheets. I think it still needs to chill a little more. It's still really soft. Because what we're going to need to do with these, I'll test it out here. What we need to do with these is take them and roll them. And then we put them down in a croissant looking kind of thing, and then they bake. And so they're still a little soft. We'll put those back in. We'll work on the Victorian lace cookies. I don't know why I torture myself by making these. Kelsey likes all of those names so far. What's your favorite out of all of those, Robbie?
I would not dare to persuade the jury.
Look at that, he's not even going to tell you. Sharabi did not make the cut. It was in the polls that we did earlier. But it did not make it. Is it? No. Oh, it is on there. Yeah, Sharabi is on there. Never mind. Yeah, Sharabi was available. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. See, I'm focusing on making cookies. Okay, Victorian lace cookies. You must, when you make these, you must put foil on, just like when you're doing like the nighty night cookies. Otherwise, you will never, ever get them off of the pan without breaking them. All right, I gotta turn around my cookies here. It's becoming a little chaotic. Robbie's cookies are starting to bake together. So we're gonna rotate our pans. I know you can't see what I'm doing. Oops, I put my finger in, I think in one of Robbie's cookies. What you doing, buddy? So yeah, so for the Victorian lace cookies, you want to definitely do this. Alexander online, welcome in. Cookies. Okay, Kelsey. So Robbie went through the names, and any name that he was okay with, he went and checked to see if it was still available on Twitch. So for everybody who's wondering what we're doing here, we hit our goal, our bit goal, and if we hit our bit goal, then we were going to allow chat to decide whether or not to change Robbie's name and what to change his name to within what Robbie was okay with. So he went to Discord, he found those names. We had, I don't know, about 12 names is what you came up with, something like that. And we've been doing polls tonight to take the top ones. And then we're going to probably run 2 or 3 polls on Sunday to decide. The final one will have 4 names plus don't change his name. And you guys get to decide what that is. So are you less confused now, Kelsey? It's good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Darth wants cookies. Sarah wants cookies. Everybody wants cookies. Okay. I'm so sorry if I confused you because I clearly was confused as well. So there we go. Okay, we're going to see how this goes and see if Dana can get through this without throwing a big temper tantrum. Wolf Mom got it. Looks like Juan got it. We all got it now. Okay. It was a little confusing there at first because I think Robbie and I weren't on the same page on what we were doing.
That never happens, Dana. We're always in sync.
Uh-huh. That's so not true. Victorian lace cookies. This recipe, apparently my grandmother started making these in 1993. Oh no, that can't be right, because I know we had them in the 80s a lot of times. But this recipe's from 1993. You know how I know? Because my mother wrote 1993 at the top. So maybe that's the first year she made them. And these are old tea cookies. And what we're gonna make, hello Ezerg. Welcome in and thank you for the follow. These, we're gonna be putting about that much, you'll see on there, and they're gonna spread out. They're really crispy cookies. They used to be tea cookies. What my grandmother did was take one of those, put some chocolate on it, and then put another one next to it to make them a little sturdier, number one, and number two, yummier, because when does chocolate not make things better? Unless it's baking soda. Then the chocolate maybe doesn't help as much.
Yeah, that was pretty awful.
So this is gonna have 2 cups of quick cooking rolled oats. So not just rolled oats, but you gotta get the quick cooking ones because they're broken down a little bit more. 2 cups of sugar, a cup of unsalted butter that's melted. So why don't I go ahead and get that started. And I'm just gonna make them in here because we don't need a mixer for this. Yes, we don't need sugar for this. Just double checking.
Does that mean you're done with the...
I am done with the mixer, I believe. Big cookies, small, then, yes, I'm done with the mixer. And I'm done, because all of my dough will have been done. Like, I still have 2 cookies to make with the dough in the refrigerator beyond what we're making tonight. So we're gonna take this, I'm gonna clean up all the pumpkin off of here. Because there's a lot of pumpkin. Because I'm a slob. But shh, don't tell Robbie. He may know. I'm not sure.
It's a good thing I wasn't listening.
Uh-huh. It's so funny because he hears stuff like that, but not when I'm talking for 30 minutes about pumpkin cookies. Okay, let's put this in the microwave. I could have put this in the microwave and cleaned up at the same. Hey, while we're doing this, you want to get eggnog? I keep promising him eggnog.
So which one of those bottles am I grabbing then?
One of each.
One with a label and one without?
Yes.
Okay.
You're back to say hi to Kelsey. I know. She's one of my favorites. No offense, everybody. But she is my daughter. Okay, I'm gonna need 2 cups of these rolled oats. We're gonna need some eggs. We're gonna need some flour, some salt, vanilla, baking powder, all the things. I'm one of your favorites too. Oh. That's good to hear. See, look, I've got rolled oats all over the place. Okay, butter. All right, so we got two different kinds of eggnog here. This one is Alton Brown. So Alton Brown's is thinner because it doesn't have any, it has whipping cream in it, but it doesn't have anything that was whipped. So you just mix all the stuff. So this is a much easier one to make if you need to make a quick eggnog. This one, you have to shake really well because it's got whipped cream that has been whipped and whipped egg whites in it. So it's thicker and creamier than the Alton Brown. The ingredients aren't that much different. Now I had a friend of mine who has made my, from high school, and she's made my pawpaw's eggnog before, but she wanted to do something. She sent me a text and said, can I make that without the alcohol in it? And I told her I wouldn't. And so I sent her one that didn't have eggs in it for her to make for the non-alcoholic one. And the reason why for that is that bacteria can grow. These are Robbie's. So we can see some of these are more regular sized cookies, which is okay. Those will be for the people who want regular sized cookies. Hello, Flowerson, welcome in. And then these are mine. A little bit smaller. So we're gonna set them over here and let them cool. And I'm gonna put in the other batch of these. So these have a 12 to 15 minute cook time at 375. And these were in for about 14 minutes. Okay, let me get this again. So that's my recommendation if you're gonna make an eggnog without the alcohol in it, unless you have some way of pasteurizing so that bacteria doesn't grow in it. You might wanna think about making one of the variations that doesn't actually have egg in it. So Flowerson K, what brings you here into our cookie making extravaganza tonight? Can you grab glasses for the eggnog so we can taste them? Whichever ones, you get to choose. Robbie gets to choose. All right, we've got 2 cups of these that we're gonna stir in there. We need 2 cups of sugar. And then we'll almost be done measuring for the night. Meanwhile, Robbie, otherwise known as Randy, our bartender, is going to be making us some eggnog, unless you're busy over there. If you're busy, I will do it. We need some vanilla in here.
So do we need a glass for each?
I think so. Unless you want to share one with me. So we're going to do about a teaspoon of vanilla. Vanilla is one of those things like garlic. Measure from your heart. This is going to have a little 1/4 cup of flour in here. I was in Cheese stream last night. Oh, well, thank you so much for coming by. Did I just put one in? I did, didn't I? I need 2 cups. Thank you. See, I'm talking. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. Good catch. There we go. Now am I good? Now I got 2 cups in there.
Thanks, Jedi.
I do appreciate that. I do. I am fine if you catch me and you're like, are you really doing that, Dana? Are you sure? Okay, 1/4 cup flour. This is 1/8 of a cup, so I need 2 of these.
And this doesn't need to be shaken, really?
Just, yeah, swirled around like that. Okay, so we made this eggnog a couple of weeks ago, a little over 2 weeks ago, I think. And it's supposed to be an aged eggnog. So it's supposed to taste better the longer it sits. So this is the Alton Brown one. So we did Alton Brown's recipe and we did my pawpaws. And first of all, you can tell there's a difference. Color-wise, can you see that this one right here is a darker color, and that's because it doesn't have any egg whites in it. That's at least part of it. And it doesn't have all the whipped stuff. This one has like whipped cream. This has whipping cream in it. This one has whipped cream. So the cream was whipped and the egg whites were whipped. And then this one is, you know, a little, I don't want to say runnier, looser. That's also not good.
Thinner?
Thinner than that one. Okay, you ready? Oh, he wants to take a picture first. Hang on. See if you can get the color differences in that. I need 2 eggs in here and half a teaspoon. I have just enough eggs left. Oops, don't want that in there. Eggnog flavored milk powder. I think you can still get stuff like that. All right, I'm gonna get all my ingredients in here before I forget what I've put in.
All right, we're ready to try this?
As soon as I get all of my ingredients in here before I forget.
So which one was Alton's? It's this one, right?
No, it's the thinner one, which is this one, the darker one.
Boy, I could have swore I poured the other one first.
I can tell you once we drink it. Because one has a very nutmeggy flavor. Yeah, that's definitely Alton Brown. It is better. It's still really sweet to me though. I like it. My pawpaws is just less sweet.
Oh, wow.
Is there a huge difference? Is this one sweeter?
Huge difference. It's almost like the other one's more boozy, Dana.
I know, but it has less booze in it. Isn't that funny? Hello, Mama Dukes. You got to go for now, but you'll see us soon. I'm so glad you stopped by, Flowers and Kay. We'd love to have you back. I am making Victorian lace cookies right now, Brave with Beanery, and we are tasting the eggnog that we made the other night. And Robbie thinks Alton Brown's is boozier, even though my pawpaws has more alcohol in it, which makes my pawpaws way more dangerous. Thank you for the follow, Flowers and Kay. Thank you so much. Okay, I think I need a spoon now. I don't think this is gonna work anymore. Why do I yell at you guys? I think that's because when we first started, we didn't have good mics, and I've just never really adjusted to.
Are you sure it's not just because you talk loud? Hi, Mama Dukes.
Maybe that's it. Okay. Sometimes it takes, words are hard. I mean, it happens up here too, so. Okay, so these Victorian lace cookies. What's funny is I think when I used to do this, I would only do half of the dough because you use so little to make the cookies. Because I think the first time I followed the directions and I used what they told me to, and they just got way too big. So let me flip the cookies around here. And then we will have finished once these cook another, oh, right. I can't see. I don't know what happened to these. They kind of melted-y. They got melty. These aren't as pretty as the first batch. So we'll have plenty of tasters. Okay, so when you're making these Victorian lace cookies, you want to make sure you have foil. You want to make sure you grease the foil. Or like I said, you will never get these cookies off of here. Okay. So it says half a teaspoon. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna start with a 1/4 teaspoon because it's been a while since I've made these, but I recall that they get just way, way, way too big with half a teaspoon. And you'll see what I mean by that once we get them in the oven. I do need to turn an oven on. 350. And that's one of the nice things of having 2 ovens again. For a while I only had 1. It drove me nuts. Like 80% of the time it's enough. Okay, so you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm only gonna put this much on there. That's it. Tiny, tiny amount. And we're gonna see, I'm gonna do one of these. I'm gonna test a pan of these and see if that's gonna be big enough or if I need, or if I can go a little bit bigger. Because the recipe says you're only gonna get about 8 to 10 on a pan. So we're gonna go with 8. And then as you can see, there's so much dough here, we could be here all night doing these. And I won't make you sit here all night with me. We'll do some, finish some, and then maybe I'll do some more later. Maybe I'll stay up all night, who knows?
So do these grow like 20-fold or something crazy?
Yeah, they're crazy.
Darth says the world's smallest cookie.
You think, but what they do is they spread out and they get super thin and crunchy. And so what we do is we take 2 of these, so this would only make actual 4 cookies because we put chocolate in between them. What I promise you, they are so good because it's like packed with butter and sugar, so it almost takes on not quite a toffee flavor to them, but it's kind of approaching a toffee flavor, which I love. All right, so Wonder Boy, welcome in, Wonder Boy. It's good to see you. Welcome in, Raiders. What were you doing right before you came in here? How was your stream? We are right now, I'm waiting for the oven to warm up to get these cookies in the oven, which look very unremarkable at the moment. We've got some pumpkin cookies that came out that are cooling that we're gonna take out here in a second so we can possibly use these in making these cookies here. And then, let's see, allow plenty of time to bake these, okay. Because here's the thing with these also is you cook them for about 8 minutes, but you're supposed to let them cool for 20 minutes on the pan before you take them off. So you can see. So we're gonna do a few, but we're not gonna be here all night doing these. So let's see here. Then we'll do the crescent ones, and then we'll do the chocolate ones. That's the plan, Robbie. It's the plan.
Good thing we've got plenty of eggnog.
We do have plenty of eggnog. Hey, we went to Almond Brown's.
Wonder Boy's just playing some High on Life tonight.
High on Life tonight. Is that a game?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. I know like the big games, but I don't know all of the games. Maybe I don't even know all the big games because that's possible too. Sometimes my daughter does this. How does she not know that? And we went to Alton Brown this weekend. We got some of his Holiday from Hex sauce. It's very interesting. Didn't you think?
Yeah, I've never had a spicy sauce thing that has so much pumpkin in it.
Yeah, it has a pumpkin-y flavor to it, but it has a kick to it. So I'm trying to figure out what to use this for. Like maybe on some pork or something would be good.
So that won't be getting used on cookies tonight.
Pumpkin flavored hot sauce on cookies? Probably not.
I'm here to ask the stupid questions, Dana.
That's excellent.
I asked
I'm
them
so
so
glad.
you can answer them.
Okay. All right,
Wait, no, that's not how that works.
I need to get these cookies off of here before they let's see. So I remember growing up that what we did with the cookies is we always put them on paper bags, but we can use parchment paper, except that they're actually already cool. There we go. That's not a very pretty one, so I'll have to eat it. So these are pumpkin cookies. And if you weren't here when we were making them, the recipe called for raisins, chocolate chips, and pecans. One of us forgot to check to see if I had enough pecans, which I did not. Yes, that's how that works, Wolf Mom. Isn't that how it worked in your house? This is just not going to be a good one for this. I need a different thing. So we're using almonds, and we 86 the raisins and up the chocolate chips. I feel like we did this with another cookie last year too, that we 86 the raisins. I'm having a moment of deja vu.
I had the same thing when I was grabbing the eggnog.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. And then I was about to say something like, what? No, I said that last time, so I'm not going to say that this time. Maybe I'll break out of the loop. Because I've seen way too many sci-fi movies and shows.
Okay. Goodness gracious, it's very insistent.
Although, if there was a day I'd have to relive, let's make it one where we're eating and baking cookies all the time.
Okay, so these, for some reason, some of these melted. So they must have had extra butter or something in them and not enough flour. So they're kind of flat over here. But these all look good. So we'll put those over here to cool. Also, somebody put a finger in one of them. Yeah, these just didn't, look at that. Isn't that weird? The first batch came out great. The second batch did not do as well.
Well, that was at the end of the scrapings of the side.
I mean, that may be what it was. Like, it didn't get mixed enough.
Wonder Boy says, I'd still eat them though.
Oh, they'll still get eaten if I can get them off of the pan.
Off to the island of misfit cookies for them.
The island of misfit cookies is the most fun because you have no guilt eating them before Christmas when you need to make the pretty Christmas plate.
Darth, dude.
Aw, he thought you were his friend, Darth. These will go into a tin. I've got a bunch of tins over here at some point, but we'll leave them out just to make sure they're completely cool. And even though we greased this sheet.
Sarah Lynn says, he thought.
I might actually do these on parchment paper now that I've done them this way. They'd be easier to get off of the parchment paper. Oops. I'm running out of room. How am I running out of room in my kitchen? I have a lot of counter space. So all I'm doing is I'm waiting for the oven to get to 350. I'm trying to see what the other ones need to go to. That's the pumpkin drop cookies. What did I do with the crescent? There they are. I feel like I'm on my first broadcast, my first stream where I had stuff everywhere.
New streamer here.
She doesn't know what she's doing. What's going on? All right, so Robbie, eggnog. Do you like one of
small cookies again?
Do you like one of these better than the other on the eggnogs?
I think I like the sweeter one actually.
Really? That's good because I like the other one better. So sweet. What if I mixed a little of that one into here?
So are you going to answer Darth's question?
Oh. These cookies right here.
Or the tiny ones?
Which tiny ones? Oh, these tiny cookies. Oh, Victorian lace cookies. And I'll put all these, all of these are in the Discord, Darth. They're under Cook Along. So if you want to make any of these.
Is Divinity a cookie?
It is. Mine's called.
It's hard.
What? Victoria's Secret cookies. Divinity is what I call Nighty Nights, I believe. Other people call it Divinity. Look, I've got a friend. Do you see him? Mm-hmm. Is it bedtime? These I don't think are ready to come off of here yet. They may not actually be. They may need to go back in the oven for a minute. Because some of these are not cookie-fied. It's a word, look it up. Oops, oh, this one broke. Do you want it? It's a misfit cookie.
Careful.
I mean, it's pumpkin. He's licking his lips. Not Robbie. Rocky. I think I'm gonna stick these back in just for a couple of minutes. So we call what other people call Divinity, we always called Nighty Nights in my house. So you put them turn the oven on, make your cookies, turn the oven off, stick the cookies in the oven, and then let them sit overnight. And I think that's what other people call Divinity. What are in said Nighty Night cookies? Just egg whites, sugar, vanilla, chocolate chip cookies, and your choice of nuts. And I think that's where I used all the pecans and why I thought I had pecans. But now that I think about it, they're in the Nighty Night cookies. So, oven's ready, almost ready for these to go in. I'm going to put them in for 8 minutes. And we're going to see if they turn out the way I think they're supposed to. Timer set.
Pop
and
says you forgot to mention baking them a second time.
I forgot what? What did I forget? Baking them a second time. No, I don't bake them a second time. The Nighty Nights, they go in one time overnight. So these are my sparkler cookies, and you can see how tiny I make my cookies for Christmas. And then this is, the Christmas crack that we call toffee crisps. I don't know why I said that so slowly, just to make sure that Robbie heard me. What are they called? Hello, Spunk TJ. You haven't been able to make it here lately, I know. Well, I'm so glad that you're here. It's good to see you. No, I don't bake them again in the morning. They'll burn. I just put them in the oven and then they're done. In the morning, I take them out. Or are you making fun of me because I have done that before on accident? Which could be. So that's the Nighty Nights. Here. It's kind of bright over here. There we go. So those are my Nighty Nights. So they're crunchy. Crunchy, crunchy cooks. So if you're making fun of me, you can go away, sir. No, I'm kidding. I make fun of people all the time. I did not make the Stollen this year. Instead, I did a cookie that's kind of reminiscent of the Stollen. Because gluten has not been my friend this year, and I'm really the one who eats it the most, and then it all goes to kind of waste. So I didn't make it this year. At some point, I will make it again. It is a meringue cookie. I mean, that's what it is. So, but I'm so glad that you were here when we made it last time, because that was fun, and it tasted just like my Mima's and my mom's when they made it. But we did still make eggnog. So this is my Papa's eggnog with a little bit of Alton Brown's eggnog, which is too sweet for me. I would love it if my body would like gluten again someday, especially since we're going to be going to, probably going to Italy in April sometime. So cheers to really good eggnog, for sure. How have you been doing, Spunk TJ? You making any cookies for the holidays? We're going to be doing some almond crescents, but I got Victorian lace cookies in the oven right now. And when we're done with that, then we're going to be doing some of the crescent cookies, the almond crescent cookies. Gluten-free in Italy will be tough. I don't think I'm going to be able to swing gluten-free in Italy. I think I'm just going to have to suffer. Vanille Kipferl last week. What is that one? What's in that cookie? Because that sounds good. That sounds up my alley because it sounds like it's a vanilla cookie of some sort. And I love vanilla. All right, is this... Check on this now. I'm gonna up that for a second. Now maybe I can do the half a teaspoon because these are too small. These Victorian lace cookies are too small. So we're gonna try half a teaspoon on here now that I'm looking at the ones that are in the oven and how they are coming out. That is 3/4 a teaspoon. Where's my half a teaspoon? Here it is. So, but sometimes you got to try when you haven't made something for a while. So this next batch, half a teaspoon. You can see how this would take forever to do. Simple soft cookies, moon shaped out of flour, butter, almond, sugar, and vanilla. That's it. I'm making those tonight. The dough is in the refrigerator.
Hi, Watsa.
Hello. I'm also gonna make these, they're coming out a little funky shaped in there. So we're gonna roll them a little bit too, so that they come out nice and round. What's going on, Watsa? Yep, that's what I'm making. That's going to be the next cookie when I'm done with this. And then we've got some peppermint chocolate crunch cookies that we're going to make. So let's get rid of that because that's not enough. And then watch these come out too big. It'll happen to me. These are hard to roll because they're super sticky. There doesn't happen to be a Christmas station on Pretzel Rocks, does there? No. Well, they suck.
So, Darth, if you want to whisper Dana your station.
That would be awesome. I would love to have Christmas music on. It is between Thanksgiving and New Year's. Christmas music is acceptable. Okay. These other ones are going to come out of the oven here soon. What in the world did I get all over the place over here? What do you think it was, Robbie? Woo, it's warm in here. Pretzel has Christmas music. Robbie is looking for it. You are yeah, post a picture. You can certainly post it in Discord. You'll have to talk to Robbie about, there we go.
You're good to go in the next minute.
You are good to go. There you go. Yep, these will look very similar to that. Not as pretty.
That's a great picture.
Are those your cookies? Because they look beautiful. Mine will not look that pretty. Happy holidays. Oh, it's locked. We can't do it. It's locked. You stole them from the net. I'm with you, Spunk. I am with you on that. Okay. The other ones are coming out. We're putting these in. Because the other one's burned. That was way too long. This is not good eats, Robbie.
Was that my fault again?
That was not your fault. I think, I thought that they looked like it was taking, so not good. So let's try again.
You're saying that charred and burned is...
Like I said, I haven't made these in a while, and I remember every time I make these, I have to keep myself from...
Dog treats?
No, I would not feed that to my dogs. We'll just toss that. We're gonna see how the next batch comes out, and then I may put this in the refrigerator and play with it later.
Darth says fail sauce.
It is a fail. We all fail. Why are you putting, oops, I didn't make a mistake. It just didn't turn out. I followed the recipe. How's that my fault?
You did it to yourself.
Oh my gosh. Are we having a 50 oops celebration? You know, we're way past 50 pops. There have been way more than 50.
Easy as that.
The oven did fail. And the recipe. Because it does say 350. It says 8 to 10 minutes. They were in there for less than 8 minutes.
Well, you got the oven set at 700.
No, I don't. Such a meanie.
She looked. She looked.
Okay. I'm going to pull these out.
You know, she said earlier that I was taken, and that might not be true by the end of the night.
All right. Now, these are a little overdone for
All right,
me.
DJ. Thank you so much for being here.
DJ, I'm so glad that you came. Thank you so much for being here. The couch may be comfy. You know what, Miss Sarah Lynn? He could even stay in the guest room. I haven't washed the sheets or towels yet up there, but I would let him stay in the guest room. Do I know speculoos? Yes, I do. Those are also good. Good night, DJ. Thank you so much for hanging with us tonight. I really do appreciate it. It is the right oven set, Darth. It's the right temperature. And I'm not even going to put foil on here because I may not make another round of these tonight. I am generous, Miss Sarah Lynn. I'm very kind. I'm thoughtful and I'm kind. He still has to work tomorrow. I want him to get a good night's sleep. He's looking at me like that's not true. He steals all the covers.
That's also not true.
It's so true.
Oh my goodness.
You made cake pops with speculoos flavor. Ooh, that's good. That sounds wonderful. Yeah. I think she knew what you meant. Speculoos cookie butter bites. That does sound good. I'm going to keep an eye on these. So what we want is we want them to spread out, and then we want them to caramelize a little bit because they've got a lot of butter and sugar in them. And then we need to let them cool so that we can pull them off of the foil. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to do this round of them, let them cool and take a look at them, and then I'll tell you what we're going to do with them. You have separate blankets. That's a great idea. Robbie, go get your own blanket. See, that worked out really, really well. Separate blankets. What a great idea, Robbie. Uh-oh. Was that you?
It had been so long I forgot what that sounded like.
Oh, Robbie's playing with the sounds. He has like 40 of them on the...
This is not true.
It is true. Okay. Let's go. We've got like 30 seconds more. But I don't think that's quite enough.
We need an oven cam. How much do those cost?
I don't know. Check it out.
It has Alton Brown, but he faked it.
Right. That's not a real thing on his show. These got a little more done than I wanted. Well, this is what happens when you haven't made certain cookies for a while.
Juan's like, what cam we buying? Well, she's over there peering into the oven. I'm like, we need an oven cam.
2 adjustable beds pushed together.
Pop says between $10,000 and $5,000.
Exactly. Okay, timer. I think I need to see a little browning around the edges, which is going to happen real fast because that other was not browning around the edges. And now these are stuck to the pan. We're not having a good cookie night, people.
Uh-oh. The real Dana's coming out.
There's no like chocolate chips in this. It's just pumpkin.
So it didn't pass quality control and you're taking care of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Ray G mode is back in there.
Don't let me forget about the other cookies, though. We don't want to burn these.
Mama Duke says, cookie rage.
It's a little like cookie rage, yes. Definitely using parchment paper next time for these. I'm going to get these other ones that are... See, now these, maybe I need to turn these because some of these are a little... There's certain cookies that I have issues with, and I'm making some of them this year, like the Victorian lace cookies. And I have to make the dang spritz cookies, which I love, but are a pain in the butt. Does anybody else make spritz cookies? I might need a therapy session. Might need to call my therapy consultation group. What happens when you lose it on the air? Most of these are okay. There's just a few that it looks like they were the end and they didn't have enough. They didn't have the right mix of butter and flour and sugar. All right, it's these two. See, like that. Who can eat that? Robbie's like, I'm really afraid. I'm afraid Dana's losing it. I haven't said anything yet. Okay, these look better. So this is what they're supposed to look like on the pan. So we're gonna let these cool, and then we're gonna see if they actually work before we do any more of these.
So they're supposed to cool for 20 minutes?
20 minutes. They need to be completely cool before you pull them off of there. So let's get
outside,
these.
Cool them down faster.
Huh?
See if we can say hello to some raccoon neighbors.
Raccoon neighbors?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't either. Could you explain that to me? Have you had too much eggnog?
I was just trying to think of a way to lower the 20-minute cool down.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to start making the other cookies. We're going to start making the almond crescent cookies
There's
here.
more cookies, Dana?
Yeah, we have 2 more cookies to get into the oven. Ah, look at those are perfect. Except for that one. and these over here on the edge. But some of these are perfect. We only need some. It looks like a Parmesan chip. It does look like a Parmesan chip. And it's kind of that same thing. We've got lots of butter and sugar, so they get out and then they get crispy like a Parmesan. That's a great way. I never even thought of trying to explain what they were like, except they're sweet along with that crunchy, and then we put chocolate with it. If only there was an emote to embody a raccoon. He's gonna work on that now just for you, Pops. We have one, we have one. But Pops, were you following his logic? Because if you were, could you explain it to me? Because I'm not really sure that I got that. Here's a cookie I put my finger in. Would you like that? No? Okay. It doesn't make the cut for the tin.
All right, Pops, refresh.
Now, Pop. Oh, this one fell apart. What happened here? Stay together, Cookie. Stay together. There you go. Risk of raccoons stealing them. Oh, okay. There you go. You can now have your raccoon.
Oh my goodness.
Is that in the followers or the subs?
Subs, because it's animated.
Oh. Okay. We're going to use some parchment paper for our next cookies.
Because it's not like we were going to need that chef's kiss emote anytime soon, right, Pops? Right? 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 Am I right?
How's that going for you, honey? You know, if you want to do something fun, you can see if those ice cubes that I made earlier turned out. Oh no, it won't show up on mobile for you. Yeah, Darth, now there's no chef kiss because Robbie took it away and replaced it with the raccoon. Robbie is sleeping out. It's not outside. I'm not gonna make him do it outside. It's cold. And not on the couch, because then he can make a fire in the fireplace and be like, oh, this is nice with the fire in the fireplace. None of that. Upstairs in the cold guest room. It's a bed. Robbie, oh my gosh. You're crazy. All right, how about if we make some crescent cookies? Who wants to make crescent cookies? I don't usually make cookies in the evening. I usually sit around during the day, you know, when you're waiting for that delivery that you got to sign for, or for a very important phone call. I'm like, I can do something with my time. Okay, this is going to go in the refrigerator for now.
There we go. All better. All better. It's back.
Now you have it. It works now. What a Christmas gift. What did you get rid of?
It works as I took it away.
See, Pops,
it really was a
Pops,
monkey's paw wish, Pops.
Pops, are you on my side now? Because he gave it to you and then he took it away.
Like, never mind.
Oh my gosh.
Formerly known as Mr. Dana's Kitchen.
He's in so much trouble. All right. For these cookies, I'm actually going to use a scale to make sure that they're the...
I made Pops cry with his new emote.
You're so mean, Robbie. All right, so we're going to say about 15 grams is what I want these to be. So for these, we're just rolling them, and then we're going to put them down like a little bitty croissant. I learned long ago I'm not very good at making cookies that are the same size without weighing them.
If not worse, Miss Sarah Lynn.
Now my dough's a little too cold. It's fine. It'll warm up as we go. Was this supposed to be a greased cookie sheet too? I don't think so, but maybe. Chill dough. Ungreased
Oh,
cookie
hey,
sheets.
I see the animated emotes in there now. Pop's nice.
Oh, Pop's got some animated emotes. Ooh, I like that one. So these are the vanille Kipferl. Am I saying it right? Or am I really butchering the name of it? Mine will not look like that picture you had, Spunk TJ. But it doesn't matter because you know what? They're going to be delicious. And that's the most important part, right? Right. Right, everybody? That's the most important part. You can buy Pfeffernuss again. I'm saying it right. Yay! Taste is more important than shape. I agree. I like to try and make things look nice, but it's just no culinary school. Just watching adults do this when I was young. So there you go. Who was that? Who was making the? Oh, Liz Anth. So here's a perfect example. We call these almond crescent cookies. In Germany and in other parts of Europe, they are called vanille Kipferls. It's the same thing. And I just used almond flour along with regular flour in there rather than crushing up the almonds, since nowadays you can find almond flour so easily. I know, I do. I'm glad I only have to do this once a year, but I do enjoy doing it the once a year. I'm more about the cooking food than I am about the baking stuff.
Especially with the way she measures.
Do you see me measuring even to make sure these cookies are even?
Only because you're baking.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It is almond flavored. These do not have any anise in it. But I think I've seen them that way. You prefer baking over cooking? See, I'm glad I don't prefer baking over cooking, because I would weigh even more, because I love baked goods. And that's the biggest problem, is that I don't bake because I would be eating them. So you can ask Robbie. If I bake stuff, I usually will send it with him and be like, feed other people with this.
That's a lot easier when I used to work in an office.
Yeah. Now you have to eat it yourself.
It's been 3 years since I've gotten to take the leftover cookies in.
That's okay. We'll take them to our New Year's Eve event, and then just leave them there. Oh, we're sorry, we forgot. You can do whatever you want with them. It's fine. Baking is precise, and I don't mind that part of it. It's really honestly the fact that I would eat it. I mean, I used to bake when I was younger all the time. It doesn't really stress me out. Like, if I have time to do it, like Christmas cookies can sometimes stress me out a little bit, just because I want to get them done by a certain time so I can enjoy the rest of the season and all the other things I have to do. Just like Christmas decorating. And I need to figure out how to change that because I used to love it. I used to just have like, oh, it's the day after Thanksgiving, get your Christmas decorations up. And then a couple of days after that, I would do Christmas cards, which I haven't done in 10 years. But when you're working, you find that you have less time for it. George, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. I'm kind of a hot mess today, but welcome in. We're so glad that you are here. What did you do today? What did you do, George? You've been raided by the Sauce Tribe. I do like a spicy stream. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Dana. This is my kitchen. We're making Christmas cookies tonight. We've had some successes and some fails, and right now I'm working on some Cresce almond cookies. I am joined here today. I'm a home chef out here in North Texas, and I love George. I got to meet him about 6 weeks ago, and he's really a wonderful human being, and his daughters were amazing. I'm here with Robbie, who is behind the camera. He is my dishwasher tech guy, logistical elevation technician, dog wrangler, did I say dishwasher already? Bartender, Sherpa, and whatever else I can think of that he needs to do. I may be a little bossy sometimes. So, but welcome in. Hello, Bobby. Hi. Welcome in. So, George, what did you make tonight? Your food always looks so delicious. I'm like comfort food to the max there. What did you do? Blue Eye 85. Hello. We love our Raiders. Welcome into our community. So we're making 4 different cookies tonight. Oh, Blue Eye, thank you for the follow. You said hi to George and he just raided out. That has happened to me too. I know how that, you're like, oh. But I appreciate that you hung in there to come and say hi to us and give us that follow, so welcome in. Welcome in. I'm making almond crescent cookies. We've made pumpkin drop cookies. Here they are. I think that's most of them. We've got a few misfit cookies that are not going to make it to our pile here. We'll just munch on those. And then we're going to be making some chocolate peppermint crunch cookies. The dough is in the oven. Not in the oven. It's in the refrigerator. It's chilling. It's chilling in the refrigerator. And we're testing out some Victorian lace cookies to see if those are going to work for us. So that is what we are doing tonight. These are cookies 6, 7, 8, and 9 for me. And then I've got 2 more left that I'm going to be doing tomorrow, but not on stream. Tomorrow's one of those days. And so I got my hair up because I'm ready to work and do my cookies tonight. Also, I worked out and I didn't shower, so then my hair is up because of that. You're so lucky, Robbie. So cheers to you, George. We also were trying eggnog. We made eggnog a little over 2 weeks ago. We made 2 different kinds. I made my traditional recipe that's from my papa that has whipped egg whites and whipped cream in it, as well as it uses vanilla as a spicing against Almond Browns that just has egg yolks and uses nutmeg and cinnamon for its seasoning. And Robbie likes Almond Browns better. I still like my pawpaws better. So there. You made butterfly. Oh my gosh. I love butterfly shrimp and I love Alfredo. As a kid, I ordered Alfredo pasta all of the time. And now, then you get to be an adult and you can't have it all of the time anymore. So that sounds delicious. That is so good. Guys, if you're not following George, go ahead and give him a follow. He has great content on social media, and he also just makes some delicious comfort food and does some other stuff too. So not just cooking, you get multiple kinds of content with George here on Twitch. And like I said, I got the opportunity to hang out with George at my house about 6 weeks ago. Robbie was like, was that only 6 weeks ago? Because it feels like it was 87 years ago that happened. Then we had everybody here. It was awesome. Those of you who aren't familiar with that, we had a Texas food and drink streaming group come. So we kind of had our own Texas convention of food and drink streamers, and it was so much fun. Darth was there, and Sarah was there. George was there, Pantry Elf. Little Miss Nikki, Steve, Get Creme Delish. Zero. Kanara. I mean, I can't forget the OG over here, right? Kanara was here. Chef Nagin, Ice Cream Posse. We had some of our favorite community members. Totus showed up.
Did you mention Texas Hula?
Texas Hula. Texas
Chef
Hula.
Steve.
And I did say Chef Steve.
Get Creme Delish.
I said Get Creme Delish. But all those people were here. It was so much fun.
Whiskey Monster.
Whiskey Monster. I forgot Whiskey Monster. We can't forget Whiskey Monster. So it was a whole lot of fun. Because, you know, you kind of see us on here. We see each other on here. We chat. And then to meet everybody in person is so amazing. So it was so cool. All right. Done. Now it's too much. There we go. So that's what I'm sitting here, just rolling cookies. And these almond, these are really simple cookies. We have a community member who is making those over in Germany. Just, I think today or yesterday, she was saying. So they have a different name over there, a vanille Kupferl, I think. And it's the same thing. So it's regular flour, a little almond flour, butter, sugar. Now I'm forgetting what else is in here. Yeah, that's it. A little salt. So they're a pretty simple cookie, and then we're gonna roll them when they cool down into some powdered sugar and cinnamon. So you might see these are breaking. Why is that? Oh. Relentless Genius Dog DB style. All right, Robbie's working on that for you, George. Robbie's working on it.
There we go.
There we go. Food and drink community love. George is such a great cheerleader for this community. I love that. You guys, I got started in this streaming just because I wanted to do something with my cooking, and this was something that my daughter suggested, and Robbie encouraged, and my other kiddo encouraged, and here we are. Here we are, a year and a half later, and we're still doing it. We're still making it happen. You'll share in Discord next time. It's fine. Robbie just needs to just give you permission. You can always just even ask and just go, hey, Rob, can you give me a permission to post a link? And he'll do that. You're a trusted person. So I will tell you this. I'm really good at cooking. The stuff I bake tastes really good, unless they look like those cookies over there. I don't make the prettiest baking stuff. I'm not great at that part yet. I need lots of practice, but the problem is if I practiced it a lot, I'd be eating a lot of it too.
Especially if you eat the ones that don't pass the inspection.
Well, it's hard because Robbie and I both came from families where you don't waste food, right? But when you're trying to test and learn how to do stuff, you don't always eat it all. But I can't do this because I know his mom's watching, and if I threw food out, she'd be like, what? How many of you grew up in families where your parents were like, you do not waste food. Every little bit of leftovers goes in the refrigerator. Because that was my house. I'm hoping these are far enough apart that they're not going to grow together. Because that would be yep, Mama Duke says, yep, that's the way I grew up. Me too. Me too. For those of you who just came in, same here for Spunk TJ. Yeah. My mom would have like these teeny tiny containers with like this much food in them.
I would never throw cookies away.
But what if they weren't pretty? More Dr. Pepper. Thank you so much for that resubscription to our channel. What would you like? Would you like a snowman, a tree, or a snowflake? Because that's one of the, oh, you know what I haven't talked about at all tonight, guys? For every subscription and every 250 bits that we get here in the channel, and I promise you, I 100% ripped this off from Kanara. We are going to be donating an item to the food pantry. We have somebody who is matching up to 50 of those things. We are already over 100, so which is awesome. This weekend, I think probably even tomorrow, I'm going to go and buy a bunch of stuff to have it here and ready to go. And we'll do a second run when it gets after Christmas at the end of the month. But we want to get some food into the food banks prior to Christmas. So right there, that's 2 items that are going to the food pantry. So thank you so much for more Dr. Pepper. Snowman. Okay, Robbie's going to get that for you because I'm busy. I got dough all over my hands right now. So, but thank you so much. So just keep that in mind, that is one of the things that we are doing. We also, last weekend, on Sunday, not Friday, we actually, because of a bunch of you, we reached $600 that we're giving to No Kid, that has already gone to, actually, No Kid Hungry. Which is great. We reached and met our goal. We're still working on our gingerbread houses. Robbie's got his wall up on his castle now that fell to the floor and broke into many, many pieces. He's been very creative in how he put it back together. But that's what it's all about, right? So Robbie's getting you your snowman, more Dr. Pepper. Hey, more Dr. Pepper, did you get to vote on names for Robbie? We're going to be doing our final vote on that. We had a big goal, we reached it, and with that, because I happen to think that Drink More Arsenic is not a great name for a food and drink show. So we've got multiple names to pick from on that. What is that? What is that command?
It's not a command.
Oh, it's not a command? Okay, never mind.
Just cutting and pasting.
Oh, Robbie's going to put those in there and cut and paste. I thought he had a command for it. These aren't the prettiest of crescents, but you know what? They're going to be delicious. For those of you who haven't told me yet, I'm starting to put together my my January stuff. We're going to be doing cheat days in January. What are your favorite cheat day foods? He didn't pick your name, more Dr. Pepper. It may have already been, it may not have been that he didn't pick it. It may be because it was already taken. Because I think that was the factor of whether the name made it in or not, was whether or not it was taken on Twitch already. Because 2 people cannot have the same name. More Dr. Pepper, I'm going to say that your favorite food, if you're having a day where you just eat whatever you want, is going to be macaroni and cheese, or is it something else? Just based on my knowledge there. Pizza's on my list. Pasta, fried anything. I don't know that, well, the chalupas would probably count as a fried food. I'm with you on that though, fried something. I always feel guilty if I'm trying to lose weight having anything that's fried.
That Nashville hot chicken on our trip last year was really good. So good that on the drive back we
It's
had
ice
to time
cream.
that right.
What if it's for a dinner food? Would you still pick ice cream? We've already established that these rules are very arbitrary that people have about what foods you eat at what time. Haven't we?
We have.
How do people make these so pretty?
I think once you've made about 10,000 of them, they start to look like perfect.
Oh.
So you've got like 20 to go.
You think? I'm trying to make it so it doesn't matter. They're going to be what they are. That's what it's going to be. I'm a recovering perfectionist. How am I doing? Am I doing well? Why did I get that? I mean, I agree, ice cream. That's a good cheat day food. I'm gonna have to pick the prettiest of these for pictures. We're almost there. We're almost there, everybody. Almost there. It's already 8. We still have another cookie to go. That one requires no rolling or anything, so that's good. Do you think I can fit the rest of these on here? I'm a little afraid that if I get them too close together. Can I fit? It looks like I got 2 more here. I don't want to fall asleep on you guys. Then Robbie will have to finish cooking.
We definitely can't have that.
I'm going to make it. I only have 1 more. We're going to make it fit on here. And get these babies in the oven. Get them in the oven. All right, here they go into the oven. And they need to go in the oven for, see, I love it when it does this. Form into crescents, bake until set, not brown. Did you hear a time on that?
21 minutes.
No. I'm gonna put like 6 minutes on there. Didn't start baking cookies yet, but you did start baking the dog treats. You have lucky dogs. I think I've only baked them treats like twice. Let's go with 5 minutes and take a look at them. All right. What am I gonna do with these cookies? Nothing. That's what I'm gonna do with these cookies for now. We are, you know what we're gonna look?
Perfect, Dana.
All right, let's take a look at these, because this is completely cool. Now, okay, so here we go. You have to be very careful. I want you to see how wafer thin that is. Wait, there we go. You can't even hardly see it when I turn it sideways, right?
It disappears.
So once you get a whole mess of these done, and you can see how long that takes, then you melt, just all you gotta do is melt some chocolate, okay? Then you spread a thin layer on one of these, and you find one that's about the same size, and you put them on top, and then you've got like this chocolate cookie. When I get some of these done, I will post them in the Discord and on the social medias. I may work on these tonight, but we would be here probably until midnight if I did them right now. But you can see how easily they're crumbling, just like Parmesan crisps. But here's the cool thing, okay? So let's say that you have one that bent a little or maybe broke in half. Don't throw it away, because then you can take one that's perfectly okay, put the chocolate on, and then piece it together, and then it'll stay on the chocolate and nobody will ever know. I mean, I've never had to do that.
So that's your tip of the day? Mm-hmm. If that were to theoretically happen to you?
If that were to theoretically happen to me, that's what I would do. Because sometimes you want to make sure you get the cookie sheet greased really, really well with that foil, because it's hard to take off otherwise. They look fun to shape. Yeah, it is. It's kind of like playing a game. And the thing is if they're not perfect, nobody knows, because they're so delicious. Okay, now that I have grease all over my cookies, let's make some chocolate cookies. Now I have grease all over my cookies, all over my hands.
That's what you said.
I meant my hands. All right, I need some clean cookie sheets here. I'm actually just gonna wipe this off and use parchment paper again. And then we can scrub all of these down later. Okay, I'm gonna set these aside very carefully over here. And then, what else? I've got this one. The other cookies are in the oven. And then I need another cookie sheet. Can you make another cookie sheet appear for me that's clean? 2 parchment lined cookie sheets. So see, it's supposed to be parchment lined. So perfect. There's one underneath there with the misfit cookies. That'll be fun. Or you can do the one on the top. Whichever you prefer. That was loud, wasn't it?
It wasn't quiet.
It's getting late for me to be cooking. All right, we got our chocolate. And I'm gonna get a scoop for this. A small one. Where have all my scoops gone? Okay. Here we are. Very authentic. Your laptop would break if you shouted like that. Mine may, I don't know. I need to drink more, probably. Although I may fall asleep if I do that. Okay, so I've got about, this is about a teaspoon here. And we're gonna scoop this up and just lay those babies there. Oh, except I need to go check the other cookies because we want them to be set, but not brown. And I have no idea how long that's going to take. Timer, don't go off again. Robbie sounds like he's having fun over there, doesn't he? Seems like he loves that. All right, we'll set the timer for another 6 minutes on those, and maybe I can get this tray filled by then. You're off to bed, dear. Well, you have a good day. I hope that you have a better day at work and can get home earlier tomorrow. And thank you so much for hanging out with us. My poor Mac is running at 200% capacity. Maybe. It won't stay fully charged during a stream. That is for sure. Thank you so much for cleaning that. You're a doll.
Ta-da! Good night, Darth. Good night,
We
Sarah.
love your faces too. Thank you guys for hanging out. I mean, this is a long one. So thank you for hanging out. These are going to be very fudgy. I can tell. That's a good thing. Can't believe my brother left. Like, he didn't want to spend his birthday hanging out with me in a stream. He probably got in his car. He's going to show up on my doorstep in a couple of hours. He likes it when I have all the cookies Mom used to make because he doesn't make them. You got to head to bed too. I totally understand. I can't even believe that you were here this late for you. So, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you. We'll be back on Sunday. We're going to be making my daughter's boyfriend's favorite dish, which is biryani. And we're going to finalize Robbie's name even more importantly. That's the real important thing. Will he stay, drink more arsenic? Or will his name be changed to Mr. Dana's Kitchen? Find out next time.
Same bat time.
Same bat channel. Good knock. How do I hang in there so long? You do what you got to do. You do what you got to do. I don't have any eggnog. I don't have any adrenaline right now. But my bartender is busy, so I don't have any more eggnog right now. Maybe in a minute. Although I really kind of want something lighter than eggnog. Eggnog is one of those things that's so delicious, but it's like if you had a giant tub of ice cream. Like after a while, you're like, that's a lot. So maybe some bubbles. Yes, Kelsey will be here again, as will her boyfriend Johnny and my youngest. They will all be here. I don't know if they're going to be able to stream with me. I am streaming on Thursday, which is the 22nd, and I'll be doing a lot of Christmas Eve and Christmas Day prep. And we haven't really decided what we're doing on the 23rd. So if we still have prep left, we'll hop on stream and do some of the prep. My family, being German in descent, celebrates Christmas Eve by opening presents on Christmas Eve rather than Christmas morning. So I still cook dinner on Christmas Day, and I do a dinner. However, we open presents on Christmas Eve, and what we do is a lot of snack foods. So I can tell you some of the stuff that I have to make. Fried ravioli, or toasted ravioli, which is really fried ravioli. We have to have that, and that's a new favorite. We have to have pizza pockets. It's something I've had since a kid. So we'll be prepping those. I have to have, Kelsey's favorite are having like the little links in an Asian sauce, like a sweet Asian sauce. So I know for sure I'm having that stuff. I've got my menu. I don't remember what's all on my menu for the time being. We'll have cookies for dessert. And that way I don't have to bake any pies or anything. So if anybody is in here that's coming to Christmas dinner and you want something other than cookies for dessert, you got to bring it. For Christmas, I'm going to do a rib roast. I plan on buying that tomorrow and actually getting it unwrapped and in the refrigerator, in the back of my refrigerator where it stays really, really cold, and letting it dry out a little, not dry out, but age, which intensifies the flavors. You do need to plan Christmas dinner before the snow madness. Homemade pizza pockets, yes. We'll make homemade pizza pockets. And then, let's see. I think I'm gonna do asparagus with prosciutto and just some green beans almondine. I'm gonna make that wild rice that we made here on stream that was so amazingly good. Probably mashed potatoes, because if I don't, there will be a rebellion from my children if I don't make mashed potatoes. I'm a little simpler, try to keep it a little simpler on Christmas than I do Thanksgiving. Okay. Does anybody else talk to their oven like I do? Probably doesn't like me. That's 325. These are 350. Let's see if I think I can get one more. And what I love about doing the pizza pockets is I'll make way more than we need, and then they're just a great snack or lunch for everybody, or breakfast, because who says you can't have pizza pockets for breakfast? And they're so simple to make, and they're inexpensive. So if you don't have a lot of money and you're looking for something good, and of course we'll do cheese and crackers, and I'll try to have something healthy like veggies for Christmas Eve with like hummus or something like that. We never had anything healthy for Christmas Eve. All right, these are going in the oven. I've never made these before, so cross your fingers because not everything has been successful tonight. We're gonna do 10 to 12 minutes. And then we have to let them cool completely. And they're going in a 350 oven. So there we go. And they feel like brownie fudgy like. You yell at yours all the time. You know what I've been yelling at is my coffee maker. I got a new coffee maker, and where you're supposed to press the button is not where the actual light is. You know what I mean? And when I haven't had my coffee in the morning, I can't think straight to remember exactly where I need to press the button to make it. Let's put these cookies away. I think these need to go in here. Then I'm going to have a thing that's of misfit cookies that I'm going to be like, Robbie, if you would like some cookies, here, eat them out of here. These are a little stickier. So I think I'm going to put some parchment paper in here on the layers so that they don't stick together. I don't do that with all the cookies, but there are certain cookies that are a little sticky. So that means, you know what that means? Do you know what that means, Robbie?
Craft project time?
It is. It's like a craft project, exactly. I made that way too big. Hello, Chaotically Damon. How are you doing? Welcome in. What's going on? We're just making some cookies here. We've had some successes, some not successes. That's okay. I got 11 different cookies I'm making this year. So not all of them can be perfect. Right, Robbie?
Correct.
I did not need to use this much parchment paper. Too late. This is what happens to my precision.
How well can Dana cut a circle?
Yeah, it's not important. Uh-oh. Oh. Robbie's laughing at me over here. You just finished eating dinner. We haven't even had dinner, Robbie. That's probably why I'm tired. I haven't had dinner. I'm going to get that in a second. I need to finish this first. Ignore the beeping. Oh, hey, okay. I gotcha.
I had biscuits with sausage gravy.
Ooh, that sounds yummy. I still think these need a couple more minutes. 4, it was 2, 6, okay. Math, I'm doing math in my head, it's okay. Biscuits with sausage gravy sounds wonderful right now. As a matter of fact, any savory food sounds really wonderful. Should we order some food? Is it too late to order food?
I mean, between the eggnog and the cookies, I'm really not hungry.
Oh.
So
I
you're
need
right,
water.
That's a very heavy drink.
Yeah. Can I get a bottle of water then? Or I guess I can make some water here. I don't need a bottle.
You're gonna make water?
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna take some hydrogen and a couple of oxygen molecules.
Would you like ice while you make that water?
Yes, that would be cold hydrogen and oxygen. Sometimes you got to remake cookies. You're like, oh yeah, and then you make them and you're like, oh yeah. Now I remember why I don't make these all the time. That would be the Victorian lace cookies for me. Thank you very much. I need water. I yell at all of my inanimate objects, Pops. Because you have to, otherwise they don't behave.
That's why you got to keep a hammer on standby.
Exactly.
Keep them in line.
This is very true. Oh, they're all gonna fit. There we go. There are those cookies. They are put away. These are all our misfit cookies over here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down. I'm more than halfway through, Robbie.
Get Creme Delish wants a cookie.
Creme Delish, come on down. Or up. Where are we? Come on up.
You'd almost be here by now if you had left at the beginning.
I mean, we might still be on if you get in the
Dana's
car right
rolling.
now. You could probably get here in 3 hours. I'm just going to start putting a few things away. Where they go. By the way, don't ever let a big thing of potato starch or cornstarch just go in your pantry, because I had to clean that up today. That
happened today? Mm-hmm. It's the first I'm hearing of this.
I talked about it earlier.
But it's the first I'm hearing it, Dana.
That's not good.
So.
Usually I do all this after stream, so I'm just getting a head start here.
What she does while I finish up the dishes, while we grate out. And
I usually sit down and eat dinner, but I haven't had any dinner. I thought you were supposed to bring us dinner.
Yeah, work kind of got crazy at the end and messed up my timeline. And I'm still not sure that things went okay, and I'll find out in the morning.
Good times.
That's fine. I made myself a note.
I may have to make dinner after this. Or a snack, a savory snack. An Uber Eats live food review, for sure.
Yeah, Pops, did you ever get your food today? I know you're making phone calls or waiting for a phone call back or something, or maybe I was misremembering because I was working at the time.
Okay, so before we can do anything with these, we have to let them completely cool. But here's the deal. All these require at this point is when they're completely cool is to take some powdered sugar and add some cinnamon, or here's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take some powdered sugar and I'm gonna add some creme de lish to it because that already has a cinnamony flavor to it. And then roll these cookies in that. So I think that's what I might do with these when they cool down completely. I think that would be really amazing. And then for the chocolate cookies, when they come out, you have to wait till those completely cool too. And then you melt some milk chocolate just do it in the microwave, okay? And then you're gonna dip the cookie halfway down into that chocolate. And then you're gonna sprinkle it with peppermint. Okay, so if you can't find this peppermint crunch, you can just take candy canes or the little peppermints and just crush them really good. And then just take them and sprinkle them on the top of it. And then that'll be really, really good. So, or you could do dark chocolate. You could absolutely do dark chocolate if you'd rather do that than the milk chocolate. I suggest whenever you're dipping cookies into chocolate, put down some wax paper or some parchment paper, and then once you're done doing all of the things, stick it in the refrigerator for about an hour. It helps the chocolate set, and then you can pick them up and not get chocolate all over everything. So that would be my suggestion on that. We're gonna wait for the other cookies to come out. I forgot to set a timer. Cool. I'm gonna turn them though. They're looking pretty good. But I wanted to get a more even cook on them. I think they probably need, I'm gonna guess maybe 6 or 7 more minutes. So we'll put 6 on there, we'll check them and pull those out, and those will look really good. So those are supposed to look.
What's the preferred chocolate percentage?
It doesn't say on here. I'll tell you, it basically it's asking you to use semi-sweet chocolate chips on the coating on the outside. When you're making the batter, you're melting unsweetened chocolate, so you can use bittersweet. I was using this, which was stupidly expensive, but it was a 100% unsweetened Valahona chocolate. That was $19.49 a pound. I clearly didn't get that much. So I only got 1/3 of a pound, but I didn't even need that much. So that's what this recipe says, but you could play with it. So if you don't like things, if you would prefer to have a dark chocolate on the outside and not have it be so sweet, I think that would work well. But it doesn't have a preferred cacao percentage.
It's whichever you prefer.
Whichever you prefer. Because let's face it, most recipes for cookies, for Christmas cookies, don't get that precise. Now, will a chef get that precise? Will a bakery get that precise? Probably, but home cooks don't typically get that precise. Except for you, Pops, because I know you're very discerning in your microwave cooking.
Exactly. What's the preferred percentage for the chocolate meat ring?
Exactly.
Watch you get away with 73% dark chocolate.
So, but this is just an unsweetened chocolate. So that's what we melted to put and make into the batter rather than using like cocoa powder. We just actually melted chocolate and folded that into the batter. Which it's really good. It makes for a really rich tasting and fudgier brownie usually. Isn't it funny, like when you're a kid, you don't really like dark chocolate, you like milk chocolate. And then as you get older, you're like, no, I really like dark chocolate. And you know why? because dark chocolate tastes even more like chocolate than milk chocolate does. Bit of flavor. I'm assuming that was supposed to be an S. I do love dark chocolate. Somewhere in between. I am the same, chaotically Damon. And that, so what's good about this is that the chocolate, you're adding sugar into the batter. So it's not, the cookie itself won't be, it won't be excessively sweet because it wasn't a ton of sugar. How much sugar was it? Well, it was 200 grams of sugar, so about a cup. But I don't think it's going to be excessively sweet. 73 is your go-to. You never care for dark chocolate. Some people never get there. Some people never get there. I love, good night, Family 910. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. You know what, Wolf Mom, you know what my dirty little secret is? I love white chocolate, which really isn't chocolate at all. And I've always loved, like, my parent, even when I was little, when everybody else would be getting the chocolate bunnies and stuff at Easter, I would always have a white, my mom would always have to go search for a white chocolate one because that's what I preferred. Your stepmom hates dark chocolate. Some people don't. How is it not chocolate? Because it's, all it is the cocoa butters in it, right? It doesn't have any of that chocolate flavor to it. It's more vanilla. It's like vanilla chocolate. White is not bad. I still love white chocolate.
You overbought some the other day.
I accidentally overbought. I was supposed to get like 2 to 3 ounces, and I may have gotten 3/4 of. I may have gotten a pound. I'm not going to hang in here for another 2 or 3 hours. I think we're going to get these cookies out. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Right, so white chocolate is just simply the cocoa butter. It doesn't have any of the chocolate in it. So, but I love it. I don't know why. Just do.
SMRT.
All right, so I want you to see on these cookies, we were supposed to do them until they were set and not browned. So they have just a slight, like the color just started to change on the bottom, but it's really not. Did you take away my thing? He's like, but it's not, you're not in the right place, Dana. I could have moved it. So it's just a slightly toasty color, but it's not dark, really that much darker than the others. So that's about where you want to do these, because if you do them more than that, then they don't keep their kind of fluffy, their delicate fluffiness. That's what I'm going to call it.
What kind of cookies are those again?
These are almond crescents. Almond crescents. And so what we're going to do, they're still not completely cool, but when they're done, what I'm going to do, and I'm running out of bowls here. Oh, I got to get those out first. So many things going on. All right, let's see, are these done? I don't think these are done yet. I think these still need, all right. I'm gonna give them like 2 more minutes in there and then we'll pull them out. Where was I going? I needed a bowl. That's what I was doing. We're gonna use this, which is a semi-bowl. I'm going to take now, where did my creme de lish go? It's in here somewhere. Sorry, I'm gonna have to look for a second here. Oh, these better not be pecans. That's all. I did plan well.
So random thing, my sister came home from school and gave 2 green dice. She gave them to me because they're green.
And
That does seem random. D20s?
interesting. Okay. Some powdered sugar. Some creme delish in there.
Just a standard 6-sided dice.
Let's see. All right.
Hashtag not a sponsor, just that good.
What, the creme delish?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to add just a touch more cinnamon into it for this. But this will have a little bit of a nutmeg flavor to it too, I think. Those are those cookies. They're yelling at me. They're yelling at me. I'm going to show you these, and then I'm going to set them behind me to cool. But I want you to look at how beautiful, other than these two over here, which decided to grow together. You can handle one more collecting hobby. Can I choose it for you, Pop? Oh, this folded over. That's okay. Those will be our misfit cookies that we'll try to taste. Don't worry. Everything's fine. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I gotta find a good thing over here. We're gonna use this Godiva tin. Ready? I think Robbie's got it all set up for you. So we're just gonna roll these in here.
I try to be a good producer, Dana.
Roll these in here. I should find a couple of not pretty ones or less pretty ones so that you and I can try. I don't collect anything. At all. Like books. Okay, here you go, Robbie. Robbie. Giving him that. That's good.
I think I like that one better than the Misfit cookies.
Do you? Than
Yep.
the pumpkin ones?
I like the texture of that one a lot better.
The other ones are more cakey.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna need more powdered sugar.
I still have a few comics somewhere, but I haven't actually bought one in a very long time.
You have comic books?
I do.
Do you like to collect them?
I guess I don't like to collect them that much if it's been
If
a
you're like,
really
I don't
long
know where
time.
they are.
I know where they are, but I haven't bought a new one in
Robbie is the hardest person to buy for.
a long, long time.
He
One
says,
of my uncles helped get me into that.
was it Steve?
No,
No.
it was around Christmas too. Boy, that might have been like 25 years ago now. That's scary. Where does the time go?
I mean, you're old, Robbie. Back to where we started from.
Nice.
Christmas is getting mildly creepy. I had,
Oh, I was about to say that my, not, I guess we called her an aunt, but she wasn't really an aunt. What's your grandmother's sister.
Your grandmother's sister, your great aunt?
It's a great aunt. Yeah, great aunt that had a whole room full of dolls. So many eyes staring back at you all at once. And when there's that many, you swear at least some of them are moving.
You're
at least
funny.
as a child.
My grandmother collected Swarovski little animals. She also had a few Hummels, but I think they got them all in Germany. So I don't think it was really a collection from here. But I'm not even sure the Swarovski animals. I'm pretty sure somebody bought her that one time, the little Swarovski animals, and then other people started buying her that, and so she ended up with a collection of something that she didn't actually start. Hello, Scooter Beach. You collect Swarovski. I think what we did with the Swarovski stuff is that my grandmother started giving them to all the great-grandchildren, which was fine with me and all of us. And so I think they may have some of them, but I'm not 100% sure. My grandmother had a lot. My grandmother on my mom's side, well, actually both my grandmothers had very cool stuff. But
We're hanging in there. I think we're on cookie number 5 of the evening.
no, we're finishing up
Wait.
2.
What? Wait, what?
Well, I'm probably not going to finish these tonight. At least I'm not finishing them on the air.
But you've done parts of it.
I've done parts of 4 tonight.
I can't count.
It's a good thing you're not an accountant then.
There's a reason why I don't work at night, I guess.
You used to. Job number 2 used to be at night.
Oh, that's true. I'm suddenly worried they didn't get my best. Although I was much younger than Dana.
Were you?
It's been almost a decade since that job.
I'm pretty sure you've been old for a long time.
Oh my goodness. Now she wants to sleep on the couch, guys.
It's my house. I don't know how that's going to happen.
Fine, I'll sleep on the couch, but I'm taking all the covers with me.
You don't even know where all the covers are. Father stated, grandfather's pocket watch. You know, I have to say, at least with my family on my mom's side, things went pretty good as far as everybody got something. Like, there were things I wanted that I didn't get, but I did get some things I wanted, and the same for all of us. My mom, my uncle, my cousin, my brother, and I. But I'm just like, it's not, some families, I mean, I'm a family therapist, and sometimes families fight over that stuff, and then they don't talk to one another, and to me, that's very sad. It's like, I don't know why you're blowing up your family for a thing. Like, I get it. I'm very sentimental. I love heritage pieces. I love the things that I've got from my family, but I wouldn't blow up my relationships with people for them. That's just me. You're sure he worked hard at that job even at night? Maybe.
I did.
He's telling me he was young.
I was younger.
Yeah, so these don't look as pretty as the ones in the magazines, but they do taste good.
It tastes really good.
So are these now on the top of your Christmas cookie list?
No, the round ones that we worked on, the sprinkles, those are still really good.
Oh, the Spritz cookies?
Yeah.
The ones where I cuss a lot when you make them?
No. The ones that have like the chocolate chips inside with the
Oh, the sparklers.
sparklers.
Oh, no! I just knocked my mini Christmas tree over. So I'm gonna be lazy here. We're doing that. That's how this one's working. Feel free to judge me. I don't care. I'll be like, this is faster than trying to cut out a octagon. I had to.
You had to count.
Because I am good at counting. Even though I was told there'd be no math in therapy.
And that was a lie?
That was a
lie
lie.
detector determined that was a lie?
Yep. Because you do. You have to pay your bills. Get stuff from insurance companies. Not double book people. All sorts of that. Had much more energy back then. Well, where did his energy go? He's younger than me. He's supposed to have more energy than me.
I get simultaneously in trouble for being younger and too old. So
It's called a double bind.
So that just makes me really
It's a
confused and be like, shrug.
It's a very effective dysfunctional tool called the double bind. It's like when my mother would go, hey, when I would come in town, and she'd go, I made you salmon salad and I made you chicken salad. I've got to go to this meeting, so feel free to help yourself for lunch. I eat the chicken salad. My mom says, what did you have for lunch? I said, I had the chicken salad. It was very good. And she goes, you don't like salmon salad? What was one of our friends? He would say, his mother would say, do you want a beer? And he'd go, sure. And she'd say, are you sure you should have a beer? That's when you're like, what? What? Oh, yeah. So I'm putting, if you weren't here or if you missed it, normally this recipe calls for putting cinnamon in the powdered sugar that you're rolling this in. I'm using creme delish, which is really a nice, lovely holiday flavor profile. And it's also really good like in your coffee creamer or using it in your pies. It has nice cinnamon overtones, tiny bit of, to me it tastes like it's got a little nutmeg in it maybe. I don't know for sure, but.
And Pops, I absolutely loved math classes. And then I got to calculus.
Math classes?
Math.
Oh,
Math.
okay.
Math classes. And then I got to calculus. I was like, yeah, I think I'm done.
I love calculus. You know why? Because so much is based on calculus, like physics. We would sit in calculus class and our instructor would show us how they came up with all of the physics equations, which to me was fascinating.
I do like a good physics problem. I just didn't have teachers that kept me interested.
My calculus teacher was Teacher of the Year in Missouri one year.
Because imagine this, Dana. My brain would go to Rational Town and be like, this is ridiculous. This problem doesn't exist, would never exist. I'm not doing the work to figure this out.
No, we learned how to make the equations. They weren't problems like, is a train going blah, blah, blah,
Right, no,
and how's the Doppler
effect? On
effect?
the test would have questions that
No, he would show us.
A common sense person would never have to deal with.
No, he would show us how we would work out together as a class. Clearly, he knew the answer, but we would work out how those equations came into being and why they make sense. And I like that because then I'm like, oh, like as opposed to just getting an equation and going, this works, like the quadratic equation. It's like, well, why? Why does the quadratic equation work? And he's like, okay, let's go through that and let's figure that out. And I love that. And then you're like, oh, I won't remember this 10 years from now, but now I believe you that it works.
Well, I like how a couple of these questions on physics exams
Chemistry.
were so ridiculous that I remember them 20 years later. So the one was about like the bear out on a ledge going after a picnic basket.
That does happen.
Yeah, that happens all the time in downtown New York City. And then the other one was a pickup truck going around a perfect arc of a curve in the road at a certain speed, but he had just come back from the grocery store and had a carton of eggs in the bed of his truck.
I remember that one.
With a certain coefficient of friction.
Yeah, I remember that
and
one.
How fast could he go around that arc? When the answer is, you don't put it in the bed of the truck. I don't have to figure this out. You just take care of the eggs and they won't break.
This is my problem with Robbie. He tries to rationalize
Oh,
everything.
absolutely. It's been a problem apparently for decades, Dana.
I'm like, this doesn't make rational sense, but it's okay. It's fun.
A Ferris wheel detaches and rolls away towards the crowd. What angle is it at? Just run sideways and not away from it to get run over like people do in horror movies all the time. Just 3 steps to the left and you're okay.
What I love, though, is that we'll be watching a show that's about magical, mystical things, and then people will time travel, and he'll go, that wouldn't happen. And it's like, that's your problem. Like, all the other stuff wouldn't happen either.
Yeah,
we
were watching Wednesday, and I forget what random thing I had an issue with, and you're like, really? You're drawing the line there.
Well, you did it with Supernatural all the time, too. And it's like, that was one of your favorite things to watch. Am I telling stories? Are people not supposed to know that?
Your tin is looking very good.
Oh, look at that.
Very, very nice.
All right, there we go. Guess what? That's 2 of 4 down.
All right, we'll be
I have a feeling only 3 of these are going to get
or 1
done.
a.m.
I have a feeling only 3 of these are going to get done tonight. These are completely cool, too. Don't close your tin up don't put them in the tin if they're not cool down. So you know how many cookies that makes are done out of 11 now? 7. 7 cookies. You know what? I'm going to save this one now that I completely crushed this one to put these on. And I dip them.
How much more are you going to bake?
How much more am I going to bake? So we're done baking for tonight. I will probably do these tomorrow if I have time. But at least I was able to give you guys, I know how to do them for tomorrow, and you guys got to see how they're made. I'm going to finish these up tonight. So if you want to hang around, I'm just going to melt some chocolate and dip them in the chocolate. And then put the peppermint on them. Whew. But it's been a night. Where did my chocolate chips go?
It's just your casual 4-hour stream making cookies.
But you know what? This is normal. I'm not doing this to, be different. This is what it takes when I'm baking for the holidays. All right. I'm glad I bought more chocolate chips.
Look at all that stuff.
I know. And apparently there were pecans in there. Okay. My trash is full.
You love cookies, you just lack everything for them?
I do what? We just lack you lack everything to make them? You're going to lurk. I'm so glad that you're here, Mama Duke's New York. Okay. I probably don't need this much chocolate, but we're going to use it anyway. Whew. It'll make it easier to dip them. It'll just take a little longer to melt. I'm going to go melt these in the microwave now. Start. So melting.
Mama Dukes is hoping you'll motivate in need of a push.
Motivate you. Yeah. I put this on the stream because if I don't put it on the stream, it's sometimes I'm like, this is the perfect day I'm going to start making stuff. But the best way to do this, in my opinion, is that I take a day and I start making the majority of the doughs I need for the cookie, if not all of them. And then over the week, I'll take out 1 or 2 of them and do those. So I still have 2 cookie doughs in the refrigerator because on Friday I made 4 cookie doughs, maybe 5. And then over the course of the weekend, if I had time, I'd do one. Or I was like waiting for a phone call, I'd do one. And that's the way I do them, because taking 2 days just to bake cookies, I just don't have that luxury anymore. When I wasn't working, when I was raising kids, I would just pick 2 days and I'd do all the baking that I needed to do over 2 days while the kids were at school. So, you feel like, physics for poets joke. I have not heard have you heard the Patton Oswalt physics for poets joke, Robbie? You haven't streamed in like a month? You know what, sometimes we need a break. I'm gonna probably do that at some point next year. But sometimes I just take a break from the therapy, and not like a full break. Like right now, with everything going on, I could probably take on 3 or 4 new clients, but I'm like, I'm gonna wait because right now I need more time to do other things. And it doesn't sound like a lot. And I think a lot of people don't know that, like, when you're doing therapy with people, you're kind of holding a safe space for them and listening to their traumas and their problems and all of that. And so it takes a lot. And I work with supervisees who they're like, well, I feel like I'm not being productive if I don't see 25 people a week. And it's like, you're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn out. You wanna stream your Star Trek fleet. Well, let us know when you're gonna do that, Chaotically Damon, so that we can get it out to the community and let them know that you're gonna be doing that. So you can have some people showing up for you. All right. This is the time of year where I end up doing long streams. You'll try to remember. Yeah, I get it. I get it with that fog. Brain fog. I can put this away. Or I can leave all of this and just do it tomorrow. Almost, the chocolate's almost ready. We're almost there, everybody. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Seems sort of appropriate for right now.
Does it?
All you gotta do is hold on. Hold
Oh,
on.
hold on. Okay, I think this chocolate is ready. Bowls, when you're going in and out, sometimes get a little hot. So I make sure that I have a little plate to put it on. And here we go. So some of our cookies got a little bent because I did not cut these perfectly. We're gonna hide that by putting chocolate on it. See, I think these could be even smaller for what I usually make cookies. So I usually do a few of these. Remind you to write trivia. Hey, by the way, Pops, when is your next, when is the game show? Because I need to put that on my calendar.
Well, it's next month, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I'm already scheduling into next
true.
month.
At first I was thinking it was this Saturday. I'm like, oh yeah, Dana said that she doesn't have clients this Saturday. That'll be perfect. I'm like, wait, no, it's next month.
Yeah, I don't have clients for the next two Saturdays, which is great. Oh.
You
I had a
started to make a
snowman.
snowman.
I sure did. So these are our misfit cookies right there.
Also, if it's not apparent, I love Star Trek just like Kanara.
I like Star Trek too. I want a Klingon name. He's going to give me a Klingon name.
Because, right, you're still taking every other Saturday off?
I am, but in the holidays it gets a little weird because Christmas Eve is on Saturday.
Right, but for January.
Right. But that's the plan, yeah.
Okay.
I've already got that planned out, like when I'm taking clients on Saturday and not. But I can change that if there's a game show. I just need to know.
Yeah, just message her and they can get together and figure out which one will work for them.
She's super excited. We're both super excited. I was in there the other night and she was like, I'm so excited.
We'll see if Dana does as well when the pressure's on.
I know, I did really well last time. I would have only had to do one of the things up to that point. Probably would have done two though, because I did not know I did not know for sure the D&D question. We like Orville.
Yeah, we just finished that up not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Although we kind of waited till the right time to watch it because the last season just had come out.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, I thought this was going to be too much chocolate, but I may need to do some more chocolate. Here, do you want to split this one with me? Here, I'll take the little part. Mmm. That's good. You may get to watch me melt more chocolate. Are you excited about that? What do you think? You like them?
Are you also waiting for the third season of Picard?
I'm waiting for it, but I've been watching it, so there's, hello Keller girl, how are you doing? What's going on? What brought you here? Okay, can you go put those in the other refrigerator? I keep forgetting I have a cookie over here. I need to give some love. Give some love to this one over here. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. We've been standing in the kitchen for quite a while, making cookies. And I didn't get quite as far as I wanted to tonight, but we did get some done. So my goal is to be finished with cookies tomorrow. So hopefully that will happen. But it may not, because I have a lot of stuff going on tomorrow, including talking to a nutritionist. Can you hurry this up? I have to get home and make cookies.
I wonder how that would go over, Dana.
I think that's going to go over well. I'm just saying. It's going to be fine. All right, I am going to have to melt more chocolate. Used a lot of chocolate. Picard was basically your babysitting when you were 9 to 18. The Next Generation. I remember when it first came out, and it was it was shortly after I was married. It's about a year after I was married, I think, is when it came out. And I started recording like every episode on videotape.
What are those, Dana?
I know. Isn't that crazy? And I think they...
I mean, it seems like it'd be a lot easier to just push the button on the DVR.
Mm-hmm.
Or even, just go to your favorite streaming
Don't you
app.
go acting like you don't know what a videotape is. Okay, I just saw something on one of the shows I was watching where it was a a kid who was in elementary school talking to his uncle, and they were discovering old things in the house, and he's like, what? You mean I need to hit start? What?
I mean,
So, and they found cassette tapes, and he was like, oh, yeah, I remember these, blah, blah, blah. And the little boy was like, what are these? And he goes, oh, this is the way we used to listen to music. And he goes, you mean like an iPod? So,
I didn't even have an iPod. I had a knockoff iPod.
I had a real one, but I was a real adult, so ish. So this is my,
You know it's getting late when we're showing off the signs.
one of my signs. I'm like an adult, but not like a real adult. Okay. Keep stirring the chocolate. Things are gonna get crazy. Ah, 20 seconds. Woo. You're craving cookies? I got some. Oh wait, you're up here. You gotta tell me which camera. You gotta point. Like if you're a floor director, you point to the camera that's live. There you go. That was good. One more time. One more time. And then we can finish these babies up. You don't have to point the whole time. Just if you see me looking at the wrong camera. But if you switch it, and then if you see me looking at the wrong camera. Oh my goodness.
A year and a half into this, and we're finally having this discussion on how things
I
are supposed to
know.
work. That's good.
I know.
Better late than never.
Okay. Here we go. Let's get these cookies dipped in here. See, I think I'd like them a little bit smaller so I have a more chocolate ratio, better chocolate to cookie ratio. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he knows what I'm saying.
Smaller cookie means it dips further percentage-wise of the cookie, therefore covered in more chocolate, therefore yummier.
I thought you didn't do math.
I was just trying to follow the chocolate logic.
Okay. You rated the cookies your brother made the other day. Galaxy Quest. So you've never watched Star Trek?
Boy, I don't think I've seen Galaxy Quest since it came out.
I thought you
I
and
wanna
I had
say
watched.
I got paid to watch that movie.
I thought you and I've watched it.
No, I had it on the screen one night, but we didn't actually watch it.
Well, whose fault is that?
Because it's been so long that, like, I remember the people that are in it, but I do not remember the story.
You don't remember the story?
Did they go on a
Quest?
quest throughout the galaxy, sort of
Yes.
like Guardians of the Galaxy? But like 20 years prior to that movie?
Ish.
Ish. You have it on DVD?
I'm moving all these cookies over, and now I ended up with chocolate all over my fingers. This is a problem, Robbie.
Spaceballs.
Oh, Spaceballs. I remember Spaceballs.
That one I remember a little better, but I've definitely seen that more than once.
You know what? I have all this extra chocolate here. I can do one of these Victorian lace cookies so you guys can see what it looks like. We haven't even taken any pictures of these cookies, have we?
The radar is jammed. As a kid, that was pretty funny.
Why?
Why?
Uh-huh.
What do you mean, why? That they literally jammed the radar?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it makes me laugh just thinking about it. That or we've just been on way too long.
Probably
Either or.
both.
That and she gave me chocolate. Pizza the Hut. Combing the desert.
Yes. Yeah.
The Schwartz.
The Schwartz. Yep. Kimmy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What brought you in here? We're kind of wrapping up today. Pretty soon here. I promise you I have more energy usually. But after standing on my feet baking a bunch of cookies. Okay, these go. So do you see? Don't those look good? I'll take pictures of them in the morning. I'll pull cookies out and get some pictures. Night needs to go. And then I'm gonna show you what you do with these cookies. Hey, you're gonna melt chocolate the same way. If you wanna use a darker chocolate, you can. I probably will tomorrow, but I've just got some of this. And so you take it and you very gently put chocolate on your cookie. Then you take another cookie of a similar shape and you place it on top and you let it sit. And I want you to see this cookie now.
I literally wasn't in the room, guys.
I know.
Literally wasn't here until just
Rude
now.
Awakening TV. I know, I'm not usually on this late, but there we go. So you got this nice crispy cookie and some nice chocolate on the inside. And I'm gonna be making more of those tomorrow, but now you get to see what it looks like when it's finished. So the best thing to do when you're making these is to take all of your cookies that you've got once you make them and start going, okay, these two kind of fit together. Here, this one's a little more round, so I'm gonna need something round. These two are weird shaped, so they go together, and you start doing that. And then you put them together.
It's kind of like memory or match game.
Match game. It's like match game.
I guess it's not memory because you don't have to remember what the other side says.
You really don't. And then you'll get that. But it's okay, so you can see like, okay, these don't quite line up because I didn't play the game, but it's still gonna be delicious. It's still gonna be delicious. So that's the Victorian lace cookie. And I'll, again, tomorrow I'll take some of these, all of these cookies that we did, I'll take pictures, I'll put them in Discord and social media. The recipes for all of these are in Discord. It is under the cook along section because I wasn't sure if anybody wanted to maybe cook along with me tonight. It's a good thing they didn't. But it's okay. If you're interested in doing some cook-along sometime, let me know, and I'll try to get the recipes up ahead of time. I'd love to see what you're doing with them, even if you do something a little different than me. You know, we have this guest star feature now, so even if you're like, I don't know how to do that and I want somebody to help show me, let me know, because we can get you on guest star. You don't have to show your face. You can show your food if you want instead. But yeah, I would love to do that. So here we are. I'm tired, and I think I'm tired because we didn't have dinner. Well,
we've had so much sugar.
I really haven't. I've had a couple of cookies.
Oh, maybe that was me.
Maybe you ate more cookies than me. I don't know. I had like 2, 3.
I saw that someone joined the Discord, so that was you. Okay. Nice to have you in the Discord.
Nice. Thank you, Chaotically Damon. We love to have you there. Don't forget, you can always post. I am happy to hear your suggestions on stuff to cook. I am happy to have your recipes, and I oftentimes will pick stuff from Discord to cook. If you have any recipes, especially for, like, let's call it cheat day, for you, that is one of the segments I'm going to be doing in January, so get those in there. And I think we've got one more broadcast at the end of December that I haven't decided what I'm making yet after Christmas. So if you have something you'd like to see before we get into 2023, let me know what that is too. What is this recipe I haven't had before? Or use channel points for what? Oh, yes, for the meal redemption. For the meal redemption.
Like Andy did tonight?
Yeah, so Andy did a meal redemption, but hasn't told me what I'm making for him yet.
Nacho meatloaf?
Nacho meatloaf.
I think you might be correct.
I have not had nacho meatloaf. So put that in there, because occasionally we throw something weird in there, like we've done spaghetti tacos. And I'm going to talk to some of the other streamers. I know Pops will join in on this if he can, is doing a regrettable food collab with people on food that is a true recipe in a book. And you want to ask yourself, why? I must understand how this made it into a book, and let's make it and see if it's any good. Because I know Pops did a meat ring in the microwave, and while it wasn't fabulous, I don't think it was okay, right? Because it had like Sprite and stuff.
You made it look really good by turning it into a Pokeball at the end.
It looked pretty decent. It's your dad's creation. Love it. So put that recipe in there, and maybe we'll make it one night. And sometimes I make stuff off stream and then just post pictures of it, of recipes that people put out there. So we like to play in the kitchen around here. I wish I had more time to do it. I wish I could stream more often with you guys. We have to pay bills though. Where at you're prepping the file? I think there's a share your recipe. Is there a share your recipe section? You can always put it in the food section if you want to. I know a lot of people put it there. Let's see here. Christmas cookies, hobby suggestions, future stream suggestions. There we go. Put it in future stream suggestions. I need to make sure I check that every once in a while. So there we go. You are being discussed. I said that I'm trying to maybe do a regrettable food collab stream in January sometime, and I thought maybe you would want to be a part of that. I see if we can maybe get Darth on board, and who else would want to be a part of that. If we get like 4 or 5 of us each cooking something different and sharing what we are cooking as we're cooking it and why it's regrettable. So you would be honored. Excellent. I would be honored to have you as part of it. Okay. So I think one of our IRL streams Robbie and I are going to try and do is go to this really great bookstore that's huge, that's a used bookstore. And I'm going to bet they have a section of cookbooks. It's got some really awesome old and weird cookbooks. And you guys can help us pick out cookbooks. The Hershey's cookie and cream mole. Yes, that would be a perfect recipe. It sounds more like a chopped recipe. Tonight you have prime rib, Oreo cookies, and ramps for your main course. I love used bookstore. This place is big. Is it 2 or 3 stories? It's at least 2 stories, because I know I've been in the basement, because that's where they throw all the therapy books. But I can get some really good old books that you just can't get online anymore. So, and then there's notes and highlights. I know, isn't that fun? Especially when you're like, why did you highlight that?
It's like you found the copy of the Half-Blood Prince.
Yes. So cool. All right, I'm exhausted. Let's go find somebody to raid. You're back, Flowers and Kay, just in time for us to find somebody to go raid to. My streams, if you're new in here, my streams typically run about 2.5 hours long.
Maybe 3.
To 3.
This is long.
2 to 3 hours. So typically they're around 2.5 hours long. This is a longer stream. Probably on the 22nd, it'll be a longer stream. On Sunday, I expect it'll be a 2 to 2.5 hour stream. We're going to be making, on Sunday, we're going to be making biryani, which is my daughter's boyfriend's favorite dish. And she is hopefully going to cook along with me. That is the plan at the moment. So, you know who's been such a fabulous, wonderful supporter of my stream from the very, very beginning has been a guy named Juan at Dream It Collectibles. He does a lot of Pokemon trading cards and other collectibles. So while I know we're a cooking stream, I think I want to go show him some love because of all the times he has supported this stream and gifted subs in this stream and all of that. He's really a nice guy. He's been here in my house. We have fed him on stream even once. So let's hang with me. Let's go say hi to Juan. Let's give him some love. And guys, thank you so much for hanging with me this entire time. I love that you are here. You are fabulous and wonderful, and go show the world how fabulous and wonderful and kind you are. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. I hope to see you on Sunday. I'd say cheers. Well, I can say cheers. I'll say cheers with my water here. Thank you so much. It's an honor to have you share your time and energy with me here in the stream. And I love it even if you just stop by for a minute. So you guys all have a good night, and I will see you guys later. Goodbye.